still under cross-examination. Morning. Bishop, I must remind you, it shouldn't be necessary, but I have to do it, that you're still under oath. Mr. Berger, do you have any more? I believe you have some more questions for the Bishop.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Njengoba nibona ke mawethu kubuye uTata Bishop Seoka ozawubuzwa imibuzo ngoku ngamagqwetha.
Morning, Bishop. I have asked my attorney to place before you some of the documents I want to discuss with you today. The one is your statement, which you know, that's Exhibit M. The second one is the SAP's presentation. That's the bound volume, which is Exhibit L. We've also placed before you the transcript of your evidence on the 14th of November. And since that day, we've received a statement from General Naidu, which I want to refer to briefly with you.
Kuthiwa apha babeke izincwadi ezithize phambi kwaBishop, enye zistatement sakhe, enye incwadi le yakumapolisa SAPS document, enye ke zistatement ezivela kwabanye bafuna ukuthi bake bambuze imibuzo ngazo.
And there's also a minute of a special JOCCOM meeting of the 16th of August at 1:30 that day, which we have placed before you. And then I'll refer to some photographs on the screen.
Forgive me for interrupting.
Ndizawubeka ke nestatement esithize as intetho yayiphaya kwi-JOC ngalowo mini sibonise nemfanekiso ethize.
In order to make it easier to follow later, may I suggest that those documents that have not yet been given exhibit letters should be given exhibit letters, so that you can then refer to them by means of the appropriate letter. Now, according to my notes, we've got the CC, which is the video clips which were handed in relating to the 16th of August, which were handed in by the evidence leaders yesterday. So how many of the documents do you have there which have not already got exhibit letters?
3, Chair. The one is the transcript of the 14th of November.
Well, I take it the transcript doesn't have to be an exhibit.
Then the next document is the Naidu statement.
So DD will then be the Naidu statement, yeah?
And the JOCCOM minute of the 16th
and
of
double
August.
E, JOCCOM minute of the 16th of August.
Of the 16th of August.
So let's repeat, well, let me just repeat that. DD, we already allocate the exhibit letters, will be what we can call the Naidu statement of General Naidu, which he will presumably confirm when he gives evidence, or not, as the case may be. And EE is the JOCCOM minute of the 16th of August.
Yes. Thank you, Chair.
You have copies? Do you propose giving us copies of those documents, or I suppose they will be put before us eventually in due course? It's just
We will put them before you in due course. For the
witness to see it, yes.
For the convenience of the witness, we made him a little pass so that he can follow the
Yes,
questions.
I understand.
Bishop, there's some unanswered questions from last time that I would like to revisit with you. You may remember I put the proposition to you that it was reasonable for Lonmin not to go to the strikers to negotiate on the 16th of August this year. You remember that proposition I put to you?
Uyayivuma into yokuba kwabekwa kuye okokuba kwakho izizathu ezazenza bakwaLonmin bangavumi ukuyothetha nabantu ababechancalaza phaya.
And I gave you 8 reasons for that proposition. If you have a look at the transcript of your evidence, I'm not going to read it to you, but the 8 reasons you will find starting at page 1418. There are 4 pages to a page, and you'll find the page numbering in the top right-hand corner. Now, if you turn to page 1418,
uthi ugqwetha ndakunikeza izizathu ezilithoba ezazenza okokuba bakwaLonmin bangavumi ukuya phaya kuyothetha nala madoda.
And what I put from there were the killings on the 12th, the killings on the 13th, the burnings, all these things in order to lead up to the proposition which I've put to you that it was reasonable for Lonmin not to go back to the strikers to negotiate on the 16th of August. Your answer to that, we find it 1423, and that's why I have to pick it up again with you. Because you answer that proposition by not answering it.
Uthi wawuphendula lo mbuzo ngokungawuphenduli xa ndithi kuwe ubulawa kwabantu nge-12 ubulawa kwabantu nge-13 ukutshiswa kwempahla yonke le nto zizizathu ezenza ukuba bangayi.
At the top of page 1423, you start with a long answer and you say, inter alia, lines 2 to 4, my comment is simply that Lonmin managers missed a golden opportunity despite what had happened to them. Then at line 11 you say, as a clergy person you are always in the minds of thousands of people, in the midst of thousands of people who recognize you and you cannot recognize all of them. And then you say opposite line 20, that is for the reason I would have thought that they recognize me and accepted me as a spiritual leader of a traditional church. I'm not a leader of a fly-by-night church. Now that was an answer unbecoming a bishop. And I want to ask you now to deal with the proposition I've put to you, Bishop. I put to you that it was reasonable for Lonmin.
Unbecoming of a bishop. That's possibly a point you may argue at the end of the case if it's relevant to what we have to consider. But I don't think it's necessary to make statements like that, and I would expect you to withdraw it.
I will do so, Chair. Can I put the proposition to you seriously, Bishop? It was reasonable for Lonmin not to go to the strikers to negotiate on the 16th of August in the light of these facts.
I think we must give the interpreter a chance to interpret.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Ubebeka apha kuBishop kokokuba wathi xa ebuzwa le mbuzo lena wanikeza impendulo ende apho aze athetha khona nokuba yena ungumfundisi wecawe eyaziwa kakhulu ehlonishwayo hayi ezi-fly by night watsho nokokuba yena ungumntu wecawe ubethemba okokuba aba bantu bayamazi uhamba phakathi kwabantu abaninzi abanye angabakhumbulayo bona bamkhumbula. Ubuzwa ke ngoku okokuba make aphendule lo mbuzo kokuba izizathu ezi zakwaLonmin zokungayi phaya zizizathu ezivakalayo na ikenene hayi. Thank you.
I hear what you say through your chair, but I don't think I understand what you're saying. The fact that I met with Lonmin officials explained why I was there ought to have given them a sense of urgency to meet with those people and probably to find out as to why suddenly they are interested in meeting with them if they had refused to meet with them before. And I'm not aware that they did refuse to meet with them.
Into endiyitshoyo yileyo kokuba xa sendifikile mna phaya kwaLonmin kwakufuze bacinge okokuba nasi mhlawumbe yintoni laba bantu sebacinga okokuba mabathethe akho sizathu na esivakalayo esenza okokuba aba bantu bebangafuni ukuthetha nabo sebezimisele okokuba bathethe ngoku bayisebenzise ke loo nto.
No, I put that proposition to you because we've, since your previous evidence, obtained a statement from General Naidu, that is Bishop DD, which is before you, Exhibit DD.
Emva kokuba sithethe nawe apha siye safumana intetho statement esivela kuGeneral Naidu esisibeke phambi kwakho ngoku.
And you'll read on page 2 of that statement, this is what the General will come and say, we're told, and assume for present purposes that he will say this. Right at the foot of that page 2, there's an unnumbered paragraph. It starts with, on Tuesday, the 14th of August. Do you have that?
Yes.
Let me read that with you, and I want to put to you that there was really no opportunity to go back to the copy for Lonman on the 16th. The General says, on Tuesday, the 14th of August 2012, the additional resources arrived from the various units nationally to support the operation. The approach that was decided upon was the negotiated approach with the striking group to lay down their weapons, disperse, and conduct their labor dispute through established structures. If the negotiated approach failed, then consideration would have been given to disperse and disarm the strikers as they were armed and posed a threat to public safety and security.
Usho kanjalo kokuba uzawusho kanjalo nayidu kokuba xa efika phaya kwase kwenziwe amacebo athizo kokuba kuzawulandela njani lento kwakuthiwa kuzawuzama ukuba kuthethwe xa kungavunyelwana apha kuthethwa khona sinyathelo esasawulandela apho kokuba baye babazungeze ababantu babasasaze kuthathwe izixhobo nayo yonke loo nto kubo.
Now, you were not aware of these facts when you spoke to the Lonman management on the 16th of August, were you?
I was not aware.
Bendingenalo ke ulwazi lalezi zinto othetha ngazo xa ndiyothetha nemanagement yakwaLonmin.
But this was another reason why they couldn't go back to the copy that afternoon.
I don't know that.
Sesinye ke sezizathu ezenza okokuba bangakwazi ukuya phaya kwikopi ngaloo mini.
If they knew that, I would have expected them to inform me that there was a process that was proposed in place.
Xa kubekwa kunjalo benalo lwazi kwakufanele bandixelele okokuba sekukho indlela uhlelo oluzowulandelwa.
What they did tell you was the following, Bishop. They said, Mr. Mokoena told you that, one, it was unsafe to go and address the crowd in the light of the killings that had occurred. Is that correct?
Utata uMkwena wathetha nawo kokuba iyawuba ingozi into kuyothethwa naba bantu emva kokuba sekukho ukubulawa kwabanye.
I don't remember that. All I remember is that the company spokesperson said they are not going to talk to these criminal and murderers, full stop. That's my knowledge.
Andiyikhumbuli ke noko loo ntetho kuba yathethwa. Into endiyikhumbulayo kuba lo wayethethela ikampani wathi abanakuya kuthetha nezaphulamthetho nababulali.
In fact, Mr. Mokoena didn't have much words to say. The person that spoke most was his colleague, Mr. Hotle.
Enyanisweni uMkwena akabanga nento eninzi abeyithetha. Umuntu wayethetha kakhulu nguRhotle lo wayenayo.
Well, you know that that is disputed by all three the gentlemen involved, but what I put to you now is what they will tell the Commission you were told, and I still want to put this to you. Mr. Mokoena said to you that it was unsafe to go and address the crowd in the light of the killings that had occurred. Do you deny that, or do you simply not remember that?
I actually deny it.
Ubuza kokuba uyayikhanya nalo ntetho kaMkwena ukuba wathi kuwe
I
ingozi into
don't think
yokuba
I'll
baye phaa.
forget a statement like that from Mr. Mokoena. I can tell you exactly what Mr. Mokoena said to me.
Bendingena kuyilibala into enjengaleyo xa beyithetha uMkwena. Ndingakwazi ukukuxela ngoku ukuba wathini uMkwena.
Bishop, he secondly said to you that the conduct of the crowd was unlawful and illegal and should not be legitimized.
Uzawuthi waphinde wathi kuwe indlela benze ngayo aba bantu ayikho emthethweni lulwaphulo mthetho lento abakwazi okokuba bona bayenze into engumthetho.
Now, do you deny that or do you not remember that?
Words like legitimize, I don't think I will easily forget that. And therefore, it was never used in my presence
Alizange
on that
lisetshenziswe
particular day.
elo lizwi lokokuba abakwazi ukuba bayijike bayenze into esemthethweni xa bebayithethile into enjengaleyo bendingeke ndiyilibale.
Then the third thing he said to you, Bishop, was that the area had been declared as a police area and that no one was allowed to go to the koppie. Do you remember that?
He said that when we were leaving the command station, after having talked to the lady in charge, and as I said previously, as we were walking towards the car park, an unknown person to me, a gentleman, came and spoke to Mr. Mokoena. It's only after he had been with that particular person who whispered to him that he came and said those words to us.
Lintetho yavela xa sesigqibile emva kokuba ndibonene nalo mama ophethe apho. Xa sesiphuma siya apho kwakume khona izinqwelo zethu, kukho umuntu endingamaziyo wafika phaya wafika wahleba nale ndoda yasuka yeza kum ke xa izawuthetha loo nto kokuba abasakwazi ukuya phaya ngoba le ndawo isiphantsi kolawulo lwamapolisa.
We have also heard evidence since you last gave evidence, Bishop, which relates to a photograph we find in Exhibit L. That's the police dossier. It's slide 168.
Apha kumfanekiso yamapolisa xa sijonga ku 168.
You see the heading is Protester 6 addresses the crowd.
Apha kuthiwa khona umkhankalazi lo wesithandathu ethetha nezihlwele phaya.
Yes, I see that.
Now the police's version, and let us assume that to be proved in the fullness of time, is that that person spoke after 1 o'clock on the 16th. In fact, they make it 11 minutes past 1, and he said words in causa to the effect, if the police comes today, we will finish them off.
Kuthiwa ke lo muntu wathetha emva kwa-1 ethetha nezihlwele esithi nesiXhosa xa ngeza apha amapolisa namhlanje siyawugqiba ngawo.
You didn't know that either.
I didn't know that.
Chairperson,
Andiyazi loo nto.
I don't want to interrupt my learned colleague's cross-examination. Just to place on record that that interpretation is not, the fact that we're not contesting it right now, it might be contested in what Mr. Berger calls the fullness of time. But that is not the only interpretation of what was said by the...
Evidence was given, the video was shown yesterday, which showed by the evidence leaders of the protester 6 addressing the crowd. The interpreter interpreted it, and correctly, I'm informed by the isiXhosa linguist on my left, and Mr. Mudlanga also, who's an isiXhosa linguist, was present. Interpreter interpreted it, and the interpretation was not challenged. So you can raise the point perhaps later, but I'm not going to stop Mr. Berger. Mr. Berger is perfectly entitled to put what was interpreted yesterday and accept it all round as correct.
No,
Please
that's exactly what he's not doing. If he was putting the interpretation that was given by the interpreter, I wouldn't be talking to you, Chairperson.
What's the difference?
The difference is this suggestion that we will finish them off. That was not said by the interpreter.
My recollection, I'm afraid, is that it was, but we will presumably, when we have yesterday's transcript, we can look at it. But at the moment, my recollection is that Mr. Berger is correct. I'm supported by my commissioners, fellow commissioners, and I will allow Mr. Berger to proceed.
Kuzawufunda into etolike izolo apha xa kuvezwa lo mfanekiso kokuba le ndoda iyathini ngesiXhosa ngoba kukho ukungavani kwentetho kokuba ithethwanga kanjalo noma ivelanga kanjalo noma itolikanga ngaloo ndlela.
Bishop, and just to finish off on this proposition, it's for... Well, I'm speaking English, it's not causa, so finishing off is quite innocent.
Actually, are you going to finish off the bishop? That what you're saying?
You wouldn't allow me, Chair. Bishop, to conclude on this point, it is for these reasons and these multitude of facts that I will argue at the end of this inquiry that it was reasonable for Lonman not to go to the strikers to negotiate on the 16th of August. If you want to add anything, you're welcome to, but I have to put that to you on this issue.
File ndigqibe ndiyibeke ngolu hlobo ke kuwe Bishop kokuba njengoba uyijonga ke lento kukho izizathu ezazivakala kokuba aba bakwaLonmin bangavumi ukuya kuthetha nezidlele ngaloo mini. Uthini kulonto?
If I were a responsible officer of an institution and somebody who is from a reputable institution that can be trusted and brought a message, I'll be willing to listen and probably rethink my position.
Thi ukube ndandi kwaba bakwaLonmin kungabantu aba kuhlaka olethembekile kufika umuntu owethembekile athetha into ethize bendizawuba nokuthi ke ndicinge kokuba lento ayithethayo ndiyijongisise ndimamele.
Alternatively, I would have tried to give that person a chance and probably do some checking how authentic the message was and try and find out what the motivation was all about. And just to give it a chance, especially if there was knowledge of the statement that you have alluded to, said in Xhosa, because you would want to create a language that is peaceful, a language that is engaging constructively so that there could be a solution to what seems to be a problem. That is why I believe that the God sent messenger could have been listened at the time, because he had not been part to all what had happened previously. And I didn't know all these things that you're saying. And I just got there with my companion, and we did what we were asked to do.
Ndandiza kwenza yonke ke into esemandleni kube ndandiphaya ukuba ndimamele okokuba akukho ndlela na noma ndibanike ithuba aba bantu lokuba lento abayithethayo ke sibone okokuba ayinawuza nasisombululo kule ngxaki yayikho phaya. Ndijongisisa okokuba esi sithunywa sithunywa ngumvelinqangi singaba nasizo nuni kulento emva kokuba sekuvakele le ntetho ibithethwe ngesixhosa ngaba bantu.
You see, Mr. Chair, it's actually very interesting, I'll use the word loosely, to observe that the workers on the copy on that day, in that hour I spoke to them, didn't show anger, didn't use strong language. They were wanting to reach out. But when I encountered the company's representative, there was a strong language, anger, and denial.
Into endayibona mhlekazi mgcini sihlalo kokuba aba bantu xa ndithetha nabo phaya babangabantu abakhombisa uxolo nyani kungekho tetho enodushe kungekho bangabona abantu abakhombisa ukuba babila. Into endingayifumananga apha ke kwabaphathi bakwaLonmin eyabo intetho kwakuyintetho yokuba abafuni kumamela abafuni ukuva nto ngabantu nje aba.
You see, sir, I didn't know what had happened. I don't know what discussion had gone on.
Common cause,
I'm talking about what I experienced on that particular time.
ndithetha ngento endayibona ke mna ngelo xesha ndingazi okokuba yintoni ekubeke kwathethwa ngayo phambili ukuba ndifike apho.
And so my engagement with this company people was ready to try to say to them, there's an opportunity. These people are willing to listen to you.
Intetho ndandiyise phaya kwaba baphethe i-management ndandiye kubo ndiyobaxela jongana apha kukho ithuba ngoku aba bantu bazimisele okokuba bathethe nani.
You must remember that I said earlier on, they asked the employer to come and address them on their needs. They never said, we want to talk to the company. It was not the umqashi who was going to be talked to, but he was being asked to come and talk to the workers.
Uzawukhumbula ke mgcini sihlalo okokuba intetho yami apha ndathi mna uyawukhumbula mhlekazi ukuba ndathi kuwe ndithe xa ndifika phaya umkwena wandithatha wandimikisa kulo ophethe isizathu esasisenzo kokuba aye phaya ndacinga okokuba ufuna ukwazi ukuba le ndoda iphethe ntoni side siye phaya ndandicinga ukuba bazawuthi ngoko hayi masithathele ithuba siyova ukuba kuthiwa.
So was your answer that you don't blame Lonman for not going back to the copy, but you blame Lonman for not going to the commissioner and ask for guidance?
The property belongs to Lonman. The police must have been there on somebody's instruction or invitation. And I would have expected some collaboration between the two parties that will help deal with the situation as it presented itself.
Lindawo indawo kaLonmin. Amapolisa abezwe apho ngobizo khona wawabiza ukuba aze apho. Xa ebuza okokuba ngoku awutyholi uLonmin utshola uLonmin ngokuthi akazange ayothetha namapolisa ukufumana isisombululo. Uthi indawo kaLonmin lena amapolisa abeze phaya ngokuba ebizwe ngumuntu othize.
Then your evidence is not a criticism of Lonman not going back to the copy. It is a criticism of Lonman not trying to broker a deal with the commissioner to go back to the copy. That's your evidence.
Ubungqina bakho ngoku awutyholi uLonmin ngokungabufuni ukuya ekopini. Umtshola ngokuthi angayanga kumapolisa kucommissioner ayofuna isisombululo sale ngxaki wawuze ngayo.
No, but the Lonmin officials took me to the police commissioner. I don't know why, but I still believe that as property owners, and assuming that the police were there at the company's invitation, Lonmin would have made an effort to go and address the workers as I had put the request to them.
Njengoba ndichilo kokuba indawo ya kaLonmin lena sendifikile phaya ndathatha ndayiswa phaya kuluphethe bendicinga ukuba bekufanele kokuba uLonmin ayothetha naba kude kufunyane isisombululo sale ngxaki yayikho.
I don't understand the relevance of Lonman being the owner. The copy has been cordoned off by the police. What does it matter that Lonman is the owner of the mine?
Well, in the first instance, I only knew that the place had been cordoned off by the police on our way back to the copy. My transmission of the message as given by the workers was before that knowledge. I didn't know that.
Ndixelele ukuba le ndawo isiphantsi kolawulo lamapolisa xa sendiphuma apho.
So, Chair, through you, from the company's office, maybe if the police had nothing to do with it, we could have been taken back to the mountain. Why do you think the company officials took us to the command station? Why do you think that was the case? I don't know. I was never told.
Andizange ndixelele kokuba yintoni aba becompany basithatha basimikisa kumcommissioner wamapolisa xa kwakungekho sizathu apho. Ndicinga okokuba sasizawuvunyelwa okube siye phaya xa bekungenzekanga ezi zinto ezenzeka emva koko xa sixela ukuba le ndawo isiphantsi kolawulo lomthetho lamapolisa.
Bishop, I will at the end of this inquiry argue that you have not answered this proposition. So in fairness to you, I'll put it for the last time and see whether we can get a coherent answer. And I read again to you on page 1425, line 13. I'm asking you this and I'm inviting an answer.
Ndizawubuza lo mbuzo ndicela impendulo ke Bishop.
Lonman couldn't go there because the copy had been cordoned off by the SAPs in the meantime on your version. You say yes, and I say, how do you blame Lonman for that? What is your, may I interpose, short answer to that proposition?
Ndithi nje impendulo yakho nje ufuphi ithini fushane nje ukuba yintoni utyhola uLonmin ke ngalento. Emva kokuba usuxelelo kokuba le ndawo isiphantsi kolawulo lamapolisa.
I didn't know that before I spoke to them. I only knew about that afterwards, after I had engaged the police, after I talked to them, to management.
Ivele kamva lento sendithethile nabo sendigqibile ukuthetha nabo emva koko yavela le ntetho yokokuba le ndawo isiphantsi kolawulo
So
lamapolisa.
as far as I'm concerned, there was still a window opened for engagement.
Njengoba ndiyibona ke lento ukubakho kwamphaya kwakuseyifesteli yayivulekile iwindow yayivulekile ukuba
That's
kungathethwa
the opportunity that I believe was missed.
elo thuba ke elingasetyenziswanga.
No, but just remember the facts, Bishop. When you walked to the parking garage that day, before the shooting occurred, you knew full well that the copy had been cordoned off. You were told that.
Xa usiya phaya egarage ngalo kusasa ngalo wawusuwazi Bishop uba le ndawo ise ibiyelwe ngamapolisa.
In the first instance, I never went to any parking garage. I went to the parking lot.
That's what, yes, the parking lot, did I say garage? I'm sorry, that's
Zange
the
ndiye egarage
rugby
ndaya
field
phaya
there.
kwindawo apho kumiswa khona izinqwelo.
And the second thing, what you're saying is not true.
Enye ke into yokuba le ntetho soyiveza ngokwayo nyani.
Can I ask a question at this stage? I have the impression that you and Mr. Berger may be talking at cross purposes. If I'm misunderstanding you, please correct me. I understand you to be telling us this morning that your complaint against London on this part of the case was that they didn't then, having been told that the police had cordoned off the area, didn't then go back to the police and say, well, never mind the fact you've cordoned it off. We have the bishop here who is preparing to act as a kind of a negotiator, and allow him and us to go back under your protection, as it were, to speak to the workers. Am I correct? Is that basically what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
You see, you were asked the question at page 426, lines 12 to 14. I don't understand why you blame London for not being willing to breach the SAPS no-go area. That I don't understand. That's what Mr. Berger said, and then you gave the answer. Now, do I understand you to say you to be saying, you weren't suggesting that London should breach the SAPS no-go area. You were suggesting that London should use their influence, if one can use that expression in quotation marks, with the police.
Yes.
To persuade them to allow them and you, under police
Protection.
protection, to go and speak to the workers. Is that really
That's what I'm
you're
trying to
saying?
say.
Okay, thank you.
Uyibeka ngolo hlobo xa ebuzwa ngumgcini sihlalo kokuba kawutyholi ulonmini ngezi zenzo uthi nje wena into oyibona ingalunganga phaya okokuba ulonmini akezanga nzame zokokuba emva kokuba usuthethe naye ayawuthetha namapolisa ukuthi noma le ndawo isiphantsi kolawulo lenu ngoku masimnikeni ithuba sihambe naye ubishop siye phaya siyova ukuba aba bantu bathini abalisebenzisanga elo thuba uthi ubishop ewe yiyo ntetho yam le.
Bishop, but if this is your version, I don't understand your evidence on page 1364.
And
Page 1364, opposite the line 12. You tell us what the commissioner's view is. No good to go to her. She's already told you, look, Bishop, we're concerned about security. You can negotiate whatever you want to negotiate with management, but security is not negotiable. She's not going to allow anybody back to the copy.
Andithi commissioner washo ngolo hlobo kuwe kokuba thina size apha sizojonga ukuba kube khona ukhuseleko ngawo onke amaxesha asinantetho apho ngaya wena uyothetha nemanagement noma ngeyiphi na intetho ofuna ukuyenza nabo.
So I put to you, you never considered to go back to the commissioner, and never did you contemplate Lonman to go back to this, what you call angry court of commissioner.
Njengoba ubeka intetho kaCommissioner nendlela athetha ngayo kuwo ubongena kuphinda uye kuye wawungazimisela ukuba uphinde uyothetha naye.
Chair, I'll change into Nguni language.
Uthi uBishop ngoku ufuna ukuthetha intetho yakhe ulimi lakhe. And what language would that be, Bishop?
Zulu.
I'm sure the
In
interpreter
the
will help
Zulu
me.
language.
So please do, Bishop.
So I ask you to, ake ubuze futhi lo mbuzo wakho kahle.
If you would please ask that question clearly again.
Okay. As I understand your last answer, penultimate answer, you say what you expected Lonman to do was to go back and try to arrange with the commissioner to be allowed to go back to the copy. Do I paraphrase that correctly?
Njengoba kuzwa Bishop uthi ubulinde ukuthi bakwaLonwini bazohamba bayokhuluma noCommissioner ukuze ashintshe umqondo wakhe ngalento abeyisho.
I just assume that.
Just assume that. Ndicinga ngolo hlobo. Uthi ke wayecinga uba abakwa Lonmin bazawuya bayawuthetha no-commissioner ukuba aphendule iingcingo zakhe njengoba besebekile okokuba enze ngolu hlobo.
Bishop, and I then asked you, how could you assume that talking to the commissioner would facilitate a visit to the copy? Because we know she had told you shortly before that security was not negotiable. And you told us that she was quite curt with you, quite brief, quite nervous.
Yeah.
Njengoba usho Bishop ukuthi wayesekhulumile sebekile ukuba yena ugcina ngokuthini wawucabanga ukuthi yini yayizomjika kulowo mqondo wakhe.
Uma ukhumbula kahle,
If you remember well,
sikhulumisane nabaholi benkampani ema-ofisini abo.
we spoke to the leaders of the company there, in their offices,
Bathi ke masiye ku-commissioner.
and they suggested we go to the commissioner.
Abazange basitshela ukuthi sokwenzani.
They did not say to do what.
You did not say?
They did not say for what purpose we're going there.
Uma sifika laphayana, u-commissioner weza ke sakhulumisana naye.
When we arrived, the commissioner came and we spoke to her.
Akazange asho ukuthi singabuyela emuva.
She did not say we should not go back.
Kuqhamuka le ndoda esingayazi.
It was only after the arrival of the man that I said was not known to us.
Uma siya emotweni kuba sibuyele entabeni.
On our way to the parking lot to our vehicle in order to go back to the mountain.
Ebiza umkwena kuba ke isimkhuluma naye.
He then called Mkwena aside and spoke to him.
Ebese umkwena sethi kuthiwa anisakwazi ukuya lapha ngoba le ndawo isingaphansi kwesandla samaphoyisa.
It was only then that Mkwena came to us and said, I am told you cannot go there anymore because this place is now under the control of the police. Utsho ngolo hlobo ke
Kungani
ukusho.
lo commissioner angasitsheli yani kuba asisakwazi ukuya lapha emuva.
Why was it not so that the commissioner herself told us we cannot go back to the mountain?
I don't understand your answer. We may have a language problem, but let me go back.
Uthi mhlambe akazivani mhlambe
Page
zintetho
1364.
ezenza ukuba singavani kakuhle. Masiphindele kumbhalo lo.
Ngiyakuzwa ukuthi uthene iproblem enginayo uzama ukuguqula inkulumo ukuba ichaze into efuna wena hayi eshoye mina.
I understand what you're saying. So the problem you have is that you want to change what I'm saying to fit that which you want to be conveyed.
No, you're unkind to me, Bishop.
I'm so sorry.
We both speak in our second languages.
Yes.
Let's bear with each other.
Uthi sobabili
I'm so
sithethe intetho
sorry.
engezo zethu masivane uyaxolisa nyani uBishop us xa bangevani ngolu hlobo torho.
Can I ask you to look at page 163 and 164 of the record? 1363, 1364.
Makajonge phaya kwirekhodi apho kubhalwe khona izawufunda okokuba ithini.
Yes.
This is when you first get introduced to the commissioner. That we see at line 24 on page 1363. She introduced herself as Lieutenant General Mbombo.
Yes.
Then you tell us in line 4, in English, she's very English and she's very anxious and unfriendly.
Washo kanjalo okokuba ke umama lona ubengenalo nje ixesha engenabo nobuntu obokuziphatha kakuhle.
And at line 12, she says, look, Bishop, we are concerned about security. You can negotiate whatever you want to negotiate with management, but security is not negotiable. Now I put to you a simple proposition.
Beka ngoku kuwe emva kokubathethela omazo kokuba Bishop ngathetha noma intoni ne-management thina ke apha mayelana nokhuseleko lale ndawo asinakujika mqondo.
You couldn't seriously contemplate that Lonman must go back to this commissioner and get permission to get onto the copy despite the cordoning off.
Uthi ke Bishop ungenako ukuthi ngacabanga ukuthi ucommissioner uLonmin angaphinda ayokhuluma no-commissioner ukuze ajike umqondo wakhe.
Your answer?
I think I've addressed that issue several times now.
Impendulo yakho sengike ngawuphendula kaningi ke lo mbuzo.
I want to go back to the timeline because it's quite important to know when you were where.
Ake sibuyele ke kumaxesha phindele esikhathini lapha ngoba ufuna ukwazi ngesikhathi esithize wawukuphi.
On your latest version, you arrived back at the Jock at about 1 o'clock. And I say that if you have a look at the record of your evidence at page 1394,
Uthi mawubheke lapha yana ku 134
lines 8 to 16.
namhlanje uthe wafika lapha yana kwijoko ngesikhathi sabo 1. Uma ufunda lapho kuphi
Line 8 at page 1394 says, the Reverend, no, I did not say I was at the gate at 1 o'clock. I said I arrived at the mine by 1 o'clock. I never said I was at the gate by 1 o'clock. And I say, can I then understand where at the mine did you arrive at 1? And you say, I arrived at the Jock. I believed it must have been about 1 because it was eating time. People were eating. I was offered food and therefore I concluded it was lunchtime. You remember that evidence?
That's true, that's true.
kuyiqiniso inyaniso le that is true. Inyaniso le ayishoyo ukuba wathetha ngolo wafika phaya ngexesha lokutya. Kwenziwa ilonto ukuba ubishop acinga ukuba lilelo xesha athetha ngalo kuba ixesha lokutya.
Naye futhi uCommissioner wathi usayolanda ukudla.
The commissioner also mentioned that she was going to look for something to eat.
Wahamba akaze abuya.
She left and never came back. Wahamba commissioner wamapolisa naye sethi uyawufuna into etyiwayo azange aphinda abuye.
Bishop, I'm only interested in the time now, so bear with me. Did you have lunch there?
Wanikwa okudliwayo lapho Bishop.
Uchaplain wasinikeza a cold drink.
The chaplain gave us something to drink, cold drink.
Bengishilo kuqaleni kuba uma sifika laphana sahlangana nochaplain uMarikana wase esipha ukudla.
I mentioned that the first person we met there was the chaplain
Marikana.
and that he gave us something to eat.
Uma sesiqeda futhi ukukhuluma neCommissioner basinikeza ukudla.
After
Ama-sandwich.
talking to the commissioner again, we were given food, we were given sandwiches.
Wonke nje umuntu wayelapha wayedla.
Everyone who was there was eating.
Yes.
Uthi wonke umuntu wayephaya wayetya
therefore,
bathetha
Ngokwami ukubona kwaku isikhathi sokudla ngesintu kwakusemini.
and according to me, it was during the day and this was time that people were having lunch, it was lunchtime.
Now, I also get the impression from your evidence that it's a reconstruction. Because lunch was being served, you assume it was about 1 o'clock. Is that correct?
Bishop ngoba naku kwakudliwa wacabanga ukuthi isikhathi sokudla u1 usho kanjalo uthi ngoba wathola kudliwa wasucabanga ukuthi isikhathi sokudla kufanele kube u1.
Dala ngisho njalo.
I have long been saying that.
Yes. And we know now that you meet the chaplain at the Jock and the commissioner at the Jock.
Kunjalo ukuthi wadibana no chaplain no commissioner lapha kwi joint operations center kwi Jock.
Yes.
Yes.
And the 3 managers from Lonman.
Na ma manager waka Lonmin.
No, the manager of Lonmin brought us there. We didn't find them there.
No, we did not find
We
asibafumananga
came
apho
together.
manager zizo esithatha zasapphaya. We did not find the Lonmin managers there. They took us there.
All 3 managers will tell the commission that they met you at the Jock and that's where your discussion with them took place.
Bonke ko manager laba bazothi badibana nawe lapha ku Jock yonke inkulumo yenzeka khona lapha.
Yabo leyo nkulumo akusiyona yami.
That is what they are saying. It's not me who's saying that. Intetho yabo leyo akuyo eyam.
Bishop, I want to put to you that you came to the Jock on this occasion after 1:30, probably after 2 o'clock that afternoon. You accept that?
Uthi ngibeka kuwe ke Bishop ukuthi wafika lapha emva kwa +1 noma mhlawumbe kuya lapha ko2 kanje ngaleyo mini uyayamukela leyo nkulumo.
That's what you're saying.
No, I'm
That's
asking for
what
your
you're
comment
saying.
to that.
Utsho kanjalo wena.
I've told you when I believe I was at the jog.
Xelelo kokuba
I've
ndafika
also said to you
kwenzekani nokuthi ndintoni enziba ngicinga ngolo hlobo.
I did not look at the watch
Njengoba nitshilo kanzange njonge iwatch
because isikhathi bengasonto engilethe lapha.
because it wasn't actually the time that had brought me there.
Injongo yami kwakungukwakha uxolo.
Purpose of being there was to bring about peace.
Lolo xolo lalizokuza ngoba laba bantu bakhulumisana.
The peace would have been brought about if the people had met and had discussed.
Isona sicelo sami engangisilethile kuba abasebenzi bacela umqashi kuba azokhuluma nabo ngezikhalo zabo.
The request that I had brought there was that the employees, the workers, are asking the employer to come and talk to them about their grievances.
If I can interrupt you, and Mr. Berg at this stage, the point that's being discussed at the moment is the time. Now, you've conceded that your estimate that it was about 1 o'clock
Yes.
is a reconstruction, based mainly, I think, on the fact that it appeared to be lunchtime. Everybody was eating. Now, there has been evidence, you were shown a slide 168 of Protester 6 addressing the crowd. Now, I take it Protester 6 wasn't addressing the crowd when you were there. And the police evidence is, and it may or may not be an accurate reconstruction, but the police evidence, as I understand it, is that that took place shortly after 1 o'clock. Now, what essentially is being put to you is this, that if the police reconstruction as to that event, namely Protester 6's address to the crowd, having taken place after 1 o'clock, that seems to indicate that your reconstruction is possibly not correct. It was based primarily on the fact it was lunchtime. If lunch was late that day and people were having lunch at, say, 2 o'clock, then it would be perfectly consistent with your evidence, really, that you were there not at 1 o'clock, but at 2 o'clock. I think that's the question that's being put to you. How do you comment on that?
Umbuzo Bishop ukuthi ngoba wafika lapha yana ngesikhathi kudliwa wasocabanga ukuthi isikhathi selunch esiba u1 ukube mhlawumbe ilunch lena ukudla lokhu kwakulethwe emva kwesikhathi lapha yana ngo2 kusho ukuthi ukubekisa kwakho lokhu ukuthi kwakungahle kube u1 kungenzeka ukuthi wenze iphutha kwase kusondele ku2.
It's possible.
It's possible.
It's possible.
Kungenzeka ngolo.
Bishop, what car were you driving on that day?
Hlobo lemoto ohamba ngayo ngalelanga Bishop kwakuyini?
I was not driving,
I wasn't the person driving. I wasn't driving.
but the car in which I was an Audi, I think, X5.
Black Q5.
Yeah, IQ5.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi imoto leso sihamba ngayo kwakuyi Audi X, is it Q?
Q5,
X,
yeah.
Q5.
And the color was black.
Imnyama ngombala.
Can I show you a few photographs in order to try to plot the time when you were at the copy? Because we have a photograph of you there. And the police tell us that they can work out the time.
Sinomfanekiso sinesithombe sale moto eyilapha yana ekopi ngakukhombisa lo leso sithombe usho noma ukuthi yiyo noma.
Sure.
Just
Yes,
before we have a look at the photographs on the screen, can I ask you to orientate ourselves as to time, to go to Exhibit L, that's the police dossier, and just have a look at slide 161.
Masingabuyela kumfanekiso yamaphoyisa 161.
Yes, I can
And
see that.
161 second last bullet, the police tells us that the leaders of AMCO addressed the protesters round about 12:35.
Lapha kuthiwa abaholi beAMCU bakhuluma nabantu laba bezabalaza lapha yana ngekhathi zo 12:35.
Now, keep that in mind, and I'm going to ask the first photograph to be shown. It is photograph DSC 3655.
Uma ubambile lokho Bishop bese bakhombisa umfanekiso lo bazokhombisa isithombe lesi esilandelayo.
Photograph is going to be shown. It will have to become an exhibit because it's not part of the. And the next exhibit then will be double F.
Double F. Thank you, Chair. That is Mr. Matunjwa at the Kopi, Bishop, and the police, and we'll have to accept their version until they prove it, but except for my purposes, that he's talking there at 13:15, 1:15.
Lapha yana esimbonayo umnumzana uMathunjwa ukhuluma lapha yana ngesikhathi sika 13:25.
But what I want to put to you for comment is, you arrived at the Kopi after Mr. Matunjwa had left. Do you accept that?
Uyakwamukela ukuthi ufike lapha yana eKopi entabeni asahambile uMathunjwa.
Through Chair, I never even heard that there was a Mr. Matunjwa at the copy.
Andizange ndive nje nokokuba kwake kwaba kwindoda ekuthiwa nguMathunjwa pha entabeni.
I didn't know who had addressed the workers.
Bendingenalo ulwazi okokuba ubani obeke wathetha naba baqhankqalazi.
No, Bishop, I'm asking something else. I'm putting to you for comment that when you arrived at the Kopi, that man had already left. You met him subsequently, you know him now. He had left by the time you arrived. That's all I'm putting to you.
Emva kwaloko uye wadibana naye Bishop uyamazi
I'm sorry, Mr. Berger. I understood him to say he didn't see him there at all. So he can't admit that he'd already left if he didn't know he was there. So I think, again, you're speaking past each other. I think I know what you want to establish, but I don't think you can get him to agree that Matunjwa had already left if on his version he didn't know that Matunjwa had been there. All you can get him to say is when he got there, Matunjwa wasn't there. If he had been there earlier, he must have left. That's what it amounts to, surely. And furthermore, if Matunjwa was there at 1:15, it follows that he, the bishop, was there later. He already conceded that in response to my question, that he'd been reconstructing. If lunch was late, he was obviously there later, he may have been there too, or thereabouts. But so I don't want to interrupt you unduly, but I think this point can be brought together more succinctly with respect than you're doing it at the moment.
ukubekisa kwakhe isikhathi kungenzeka
Shall we have a
ukuthi
look at photograph GG? That's photograph DSC 3666.
kwakungaqondanga ngoba wabekisa ngesikhathi leso kwakudliwa ngaso ukuthi wayesefike lapho uMathunjwa sehambile noma ngahambanga
You'll have to look at the screen,
ngoba zange
Bishop.
ambone.
Okay.
Is that the car in which you and your colleague arrived on that day?
Yes.
Inayi ke le moto esafika ngayo lapha yana nalaba ngangihamba nabo
There's
ngaleyo
nobody in that car. We've looked at it. It's empty now. But the police places that photograph being taken at 13:43, about 1:45.
amaphoyisa akho umuntu lapha phakathi njengoba sibona nje kodwa amaphoyisa abhale ukuthi aya lesithombe lesathathwa ngaleso sikhathi.
You accept that?
Uyakwamukela lo? Yes.
Then HH is the next photograph,
Sithombe umfanekiso olandelayo
ESC 3672, and that's you negotiating with those group of people you told us about, and the police put that at about 13:47.
I don't know that
Sathatha
negotiating is
lesithombe
an appropriate
ngo-13:47.
expression. As one whose first language is English, I would say that I don't think the bishop has claimed that he was negotiating with them. He was talking to them, obtaining
I didn't
input
mean
from them.
anything
No, I
by
know
it.
you didn't. But in order to avoid misunderstanding later, I'm correcting you if I may be permitted to do so.
You're interacting with the group of workers.
Yes, I was listening to them telling me what the issues were.
Uthi nguwe lo wawuthetha phaya nalaba uthi umgcini sihlalo masiyeke lento ukuba wayethetha sivenga uthi ke uBishop ndandimamele aba bantu bendixelela okokuba yintoni lebalila ngayo.
I'm afraid I didn't hear. What time do you say that photo HH was taken, according to the police?
13:47, Chair.
Thank you.
Amaphoyisa athi lesithombe sathathwa ngo-13:47 47 yemizuzu emva kuka-1.
Bishop, from that it follows that you probably met the chaplain at the Jock after 2 o'clock that afternoon.
Kungenzeka ukuthi uchaplain lo lapha eJock umfundisi wadibana naye emva kuka-12 Bishop.
That's possible.
Yes, because we know you spent
That's
between
possible.
15 and 30 minutes with the workers at the Kopi.
That's possible, yes.
Ewe kungenzeka.
So we know by the time that you arrived at the Jock, the Kopi had been cordoned off, because we know from an exhibit which is EE now, that there was this special JOCOP meeting on that day. EE, if you have a look at that, the heading is Special JOCOP Meeting 16 August 2012 at 13:30, and the police's version is that this lasted till 2 o'clock. So by 2 o'clock, these decisions had been taken.
Njengoba sizwile ukuthi kwaba khona umhlangano lapha yana kwi-JOC kwi-Jock phakathi ka1:30 waze kwashaya u2 lapho kwenziwa khona isinqumo
You
lesi.
accept that?
I subbed that, but I didn't know.
I accept.
Sayamukela lonto noma ndingazo kokuba kwakunjalo na.
And it follows that by the time that you arrived at the Jock, the decisions recorded in paragraph 4 of EE had been taken. Major General Annandale informed the meeting that the approach will be as follows: communicate with the group on the Kopi to again try to negotiate with them to lay down their weapons and leave the Kopi. Protesters must be asked to leave their dangerous weapons on the Kopi as they were leaving it. After this was done, the protesters that refuse to leave will be searched on the Kopi, and the whole area will be swept for dangerous weapons. And finally, if the protesters refuse to voluntarily lay down weapons and leave the Kopi, stage 3 of the operation will be implemented as a last resort.
Uthi lezo zinqumo zasezenziwe lapha yana nguBrigadier Annandale izinyathelo zonke zazawulandela ukuthi kuzoyokhulunywa nalabantu okugcina ukuthi babeke phansi izikhali zabo bazishiye lapha entabeni baphume uma kungenjalo labo abangavumi ke kuzobe sekuthatha isinyathelo lesithathu sokuthi bazungezwe baboshwe bathathele lezo zinto ngenkani.
But you didn't know this.
Kodwa kubungakwazi konke lokho Bishop.
And we also know from page 2 of Exhibit EE that stage 3 ends off with a phase 3, which is encircle and disarm.
Njengoba sisho ke isinyathelo sesithathu esasiyawuthathwa ukuthi kulaba bezovinjezela khona bathathele zonke izikhali babeziphethe.
I don't know that. I
You
didn't know
didn't know
that.
that.
I didn't know that. Bendingayazi ke lonto kokuba kuyawuba si
And at page
Gotcha, let's
3,
start.
we are told that by 2 o'clock that afternoon, Major General Annandale had instructed Brigadier Pretorius and Lieutenant Colonel Scott to report back at the Jock at 3:15, as he wanted the operation to commence at 3:30.
nokuthi ke wayekunikeza umyalelo ukuthi babuyise i-report ngo3 ngoba bafuna ukuthi lento ibese kuthathelwe linyathelo ngo3:30.
You didn't know that
I
either.
didn't know that either.
I didn't know that either. Bendingayazi ke nalonto.
But what we know is that shortly after you've spoken to the Lonman management and the commissioner, there was a commotion and the helicopters were lifting off at strange angles. Correct?
Into esiyaziyo ile ukuthi emva kokuthi sokhulume nabo lapho kase kuba khona uxokozela lapho kwaphakama nama-helicopter shona lena nale.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, the Lonman management says that they met you round about 3 o'clock that afternoon at the Kopi. Not at the Kopi, at the Jock. Do you accept, in view of this timeline, that that's probably correct?
Uma sibheka ke isikhathi lesikhathi abakhuluma ngaso ukuthi badibana nawe lapha ngekhathi zo3 emva kwedina kungahle kwenza ukuthi beyiqiniso.
No,
Jock.
it's not true. We met the officials at their offices, and I think that's a different place to where the police were.
Akulona
We
akuyona inyani
together
lo
went
ngoba
to the, what I call the commanding station. We
aba
didn't find them there.
baphethe ndadibana nabo e-ofisini zabo andibafumananga phaya kwijok ngabo abasithatha basisa phaya.
Bishop, the Lonman people think you're mistaken on meeting them at what is called LPD. You met them at LPD on the next Monday, the 20th.
Bathi ke laba wenza iphuthu mawuthi wadibana nabo kuleyo ndawo LPD. Iphutho lenzayo ukuthi wadibana nabo ngomsombuluko olandelayo.
It's on that occasion that the lady who had lost her family member was pointed out to you, on the 20th, the Monday.
Kungomsombuluko mhlabaze bakukhombisa umama lo wayelahlekelwe isihlobo sakhe lapho.
Her name is Constance Mogobosi, Mgobhozi, and it may not be necessary, but if it is necessary, she's willing to come tell the Commission that she saw you on the 20th and not on the 16th.
Lo mama
accept
Constance Mgobhozi ukhona uma kudingeka ukuthi abizwe uzawuza azofakazela ukuthi wakubona lapho ngomsombuluko mhla ka-20.
That could be true, but I'm saying to you, the first time I met these gentlemen was on the 16th, their offices at the reception area.
Inyaniso leyo kodwa ke ndithi kuwe mna qala kwami ukudibana nalamadoda kwakungumhla ka-16 njengoba ndibekile apha phambi kwale commission.
And together we went to the commissioner's area.
I'm sorry, Bishop,
Sasuka kunye apho sesiya e-ofisini ka-commissioner.
was that a separate building?
Yes, it was.
Kwakungumakhiwo ke ohlukile kunalo saphuma kule sakhiwo saya kwesinye.
At the offices of the company, there is a reception area.
Phaya kwi-office zecompany kukho
Where the-
indawo apho kufikela khona
And we went
Indwendwe.
inside into that reception area,
sangena apha ke kwindawo apho kufikela khona indwendwe
where we met the police.
apho sadibana khona namapolisa.
There is, I think, a thirst facility, and we were standing outside. We never went into any building. We're outside.
Kukho indawo apha ifulelwe khona ngenxa asingenanga apho phakathi sasimi apha phandle kuyo.
Who took you to these managers, Bishop?
It's the chaplain.
But you didn't meet the
Ubuzwa
chaplain
ngubani
at
owanikisa kwi-manager bishop uthi ndathatha uchaplain.
LPD. You met the chaplain at the JOC.
Exactly. Exactly.
Andithi ichaplain udibene nayo phaya kwi-JOC kwi-JOC.
Yeah.
Ewe nyanzo le.
But is your version then that from the copy you first went to the JOC and then to LPD and then back to the JOC?
Yes.
Uthi wasuka eKopi waya kwi-JOC nasuka apho naya kwi-LPD naphindela kwi-JOC.
You'll have to recall that I had said when we left the copy, we didn't know where the offices were. We were being pointed at the facilities. So the first place we went was the place where the chaplain was, and it seems to be the same place where we met. Subsequently, we came back to meet with the commissioner.
Njengoba ndanditshilo kokuba bendingayazi le ndawo mhlekazi ndandiya phaya ngokuxelelwa ngabantu kokuba uya phaya naphaya kule ndawo apho ndafikela khona apho ndadibana khona nochaplain kule ndawo siphinde sabuya kuyo xa ndizodibana nokomishina wamapolisa.
Fact remains, we'll lead the evidence on that. I don't think where you met is for present purposes I can resolve. What we know is that you accept that you might have seen the lady who lost the family member on the Monday and not on the 16th.
That's possible.
Yes.
Kungenzeka uyavuma kokuba lo mama udibene naye lo wayelahlekelwe ngumyeni sisihlobo sakhe ngomsombuluko weveki elandelayo. Ewe kungenzeka.
But that means that your statement is wrong, Bishop. If you have a look at Exhibit M, paragraph 10,
Ngoku ke kokuba kubonisa ukuba statement sakho asonyani ngapho xa ujonga statement sakho
if you go to page 3, it's part of paragraph 10.
3.
Second line.
What's the number of the?
It is Exhibit M, page 3 of your witness statement.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Exhibit M.
Sorry, there's so many papers, Bishop.
Yes.
Second line, you say Mr. Hotle said that the mine management would not meet the workers because they were criminals and murderers. Now they reject that version. Now we've been there. You go on. When we asked why he called them murderers, Mr. Hotle said that they had killed their people, including security personnel. By their people, I understood him to be referring to some of the 10 people who were killed on the 13th of August. Mr. Hotle pointed out a woman at reception. Now, that's not correct. I think we've agreed that that was on Monday the 20th.
No, I said it is possible that it could have been a different date. I never said it was on that. My recollection, I believe it was the first time I met Mr. Hotle, because the 3 gentlemen were there. If they say it's a Monday, it's possible. But my conviction,
Dandiye ngayo phaya. Kodwa ke kungenzeka okokuba ndenze iphutha apha. Xa ndicinga
Bishop, if I read this
Abuyile
paragraph, you suggest in this statement that you saw the lady on the 16th of August.
yes.
We've now agreed you didn't see her on the 16th. You accept that?
I said,
asifunde statement.
No, I understood him
Bishop.
to say that it was possible that he was mistaken in thinking it was the 16th. It could have been the 20th. I don't recall
Utshilo
him saying
kokuba kungenzeka ukuba
categorically
wenze iphutha
he
apha.
was wrong and
Wenze
that it was
impazamo.
definitely on the 20th.
Xa esithi wambona ngalo mini lo mama kungenzeka ukuba ngumsombuluko wale viki ilandelayo.
Bishop, let's get clarity on that. You said to me that may be true when I put to you the lady's statement. Do you accept her statement to be true, that she saw you on the 20th and not the 16th?
Uyamkela Bishop into engibeka ukuthi ngaba iqiniso njengoba esho lo mama ukuthi wakubona ngomsombuluko weviki elilandelayo ngomhla ka20.
I can't say it's true. I believe that the truth is what I'm telling you. But it is possible that she may have seen me on the day she claims to have seen me. We never
Ethi
spoke to each
ngenzeka
other
ukuba
with that
wanibona
lady.
ngale mini mhla sibonana. Azange ndithethe naye.
She was pointed at.
Ndaboniswa nje yena olathwa ngulumntu.
I want on this issue also to put to you what Mr. Hotle will say he did tell you at the jock on the 16th of August.
Ngifuna ukubeka nenkulumo kaKhohle ukuthi uKhohle uzothini yena ngokuhlangana kwendaba ngomhla ka16.
Mr. Hotle will say that this was his first encounter with you on the 16th, and it took place around about 3 o'clock outside the jock.
Uthi wadibana nawe ngomhla ka16 emva kwehora lesithathu emva kwedine ngaphandle kweJOC lapha ngaphandle kweJock kusho uKhohle kanjani.
Yeah, but that's Mr. Hotler's version.
Yes.
Intetho kaKhohle leyo.
He said both Mr. Mokoena and Mr. Kwadi knew you. That
Uthi
was the impression he
bobabili ke
had.
uMkwena noKwani bebakwazi.
He said that you told them that you'd been to the copy and that the employees wanted to meet with management.
Washo kubo ukuthi ubuya lapha entabeni abasebenzi banesifiso sokudibana nemanagement.
I use the word umqashi because that's a word
I use the
that
word
was given to
umqashi.
me.
Asebenzisa igama likamqashi because that was the word used by them.
He then responded that for safety reasons they were unable to risk their lives. 10 people had already lost their lives. There's an established procedure, and that management is happy to meet with the workers within the parameters of an established procedure.
Uthi wathi ke kuwe abafuni ukuthatha irisk yokuthi ngoba sekukhona abantu abayi10 sebebulewe lapha yana. Kukhona izindlela ezithize ezibekiwe I-management izimisele ukuthi ingahlangana nalabantu kodwa ngaphansi kwemthetho kwemiqathango lebekiwe.
Ya ngamazwi akhe lawo.
That
akusolwa
would be his words, not mine.
Can I deal with another subject, and hopefully briefly? And I want to understand why you didn't go back to the copy on the second occasion. We know that your first visit was without leave of either the police or Lonmin.
Siyazi ukuthi waya lapha ngaphandle kwemvume ye-lawnman noma yamaphoyisa.
Is that correct?
Kunjalo?
Yes.
Yes, kunjalo.
We know that for a second visit, you did not require the leave of Lonmin.
Masuvakasha kwesibili wawungayidingi imvume ka-lawnman.
Yes.
Yes. Kunjalo?
But you didn't go back to the copy. Why is that?
Kodwa uzange uphinde uye lapha entabeni. Wenziwa yini ukuthi ungayi?
Yeah, but I did go to the copy, which
No, the second time. The second time.
my second time going to the copy was on a Monday.
The second time I went to the copy was on a Monday. Ngaya ekopini ngomsombuluko.
Bishop, I think what Mr. Berger is concerned with is you didn't return to the copy on the 16th.
Yes.
And you deal with that, as a matter of fact, in paragraph 14 and following of your original statement, which is Exhibit M. And he wants to know the full reasons as to why you didn't go back to the copy on the 16th of August. That's correct, isn't it, Mr. Berger?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Umbuzo wakhe Bishop ukuthi ekuyeni kwakho kokuqala lapha entabeni awuzange ucela imvume yabo. Uthi awuzange ucela imvume yabo mawuya. Manje okwesibili ngalo lolo suku lomhla 16 wenziwa yini ukuthi ungaziyeli wena ngaphandle kwemvume yabo?
Chair, I must say first of all that I was being confused by the use of a phrase second time. Now I understand the way you are putting it.
That was why I intervened to try
Thank
to
you.
remove the confusion.
Thank you. Thank you.
Uyizwa kahle manje uzwa kahle ngokumbuzo uBishop.
Nobody stopped me from going there initially, but the second time I went, as I was preparing to go back, I was then stopped.
Who stopped you? Bishop?
Okokuqala xa ndisiya phaya akho muntu owandinqanda ukuba ndiye kodwa kwesibili xa ndisendifuna uphindela ndanqanda.
Mr. Mokoena said, you cannot go back there.
Umkwena lo wathi kum awusakwazi uphinda uye phaya.
We've established you don't need Lonman's permission. That you've said to us last time. So
Kodwa-
Mr. Kwenya can't stop you.
Usoyishilo ukwe wayisho lento ukuthi bungadingi imvume ka-lawnman yokuya laphayana.
No, bengayidingi, that's true.
It's true I did not need permission.
So why didn't you go back to the copy
Wenziwa yini
on the
ungaphindeli
16th
lapha entabeni?
for the second time?
Ngalelo langa mhla ka-16 okwesibili uma usuka laphayana
It's
kubo.
because he did say that I cannot go back there. And I saw him talking to this man. And he
Ngambona.
said to me, you cannot go back there.
Ethetha nalindoda emva
The place
koko
has been
wathi kum
condoned off by the police, and it's a security risk.
wathi kum
Or to
indawo
that effect, something like
ese
that.
iphethwe ngamapolisa ngoku indawo ukhuselo olungeseluhle.
And I would have been naive, actually, to go back there when I saw with my own eyes helicopters taking off, and there was a lot of frantic movement happening there.
Mna ngokwami ke ndandizokwenza into yobudenge uba ndandisuka ndaya phaya sendibonile okokuba sekho ingxokozelo enjekalena kuphakama ihelicopter kushona lena le.
Bishop, I accept that. It would have been a most inappropriate venture by you to try to go back to the copy at that time of that fateful Thursday afternoon. I agree with that.
Vumelana nawe lapho Bishop ukuthi
That was
kwakungeyona.
because the copy had been cordoned off and the police were moving in.
Isizathu ukuthi le ndawo yase izungeziwe amaphoyisa asengena kuyona.
That's true.
That's true. Qiniso inyaniso le.
And your position was exactly the same of that of Lonman at that point in time. They couldn't simply go back to the copy. It had been cordoned off and the police were moving in.
Isimo wawuphansi kwaso ngaleso sikhathi Bishop sasifana nalabo bakwa-Lonmin nabo bebengeke baye laphayana ngoba le ndawo isiphethwe amaphoyisa inesimo esesiyingozi.
In my knowledge, not before we were told, because we had been there, and if it had been condoned off by the police who were present on our arrival, they would have stopped us. they did not stop us.
Ngokwami ke ukwazi ukuthi kwakungenjalo ngoba le ndawo kwakukho amapolisa phala xa sifika. Ukube yayinjengoba usitsho nje bebaza kusinqanda ukuba singayi apha
If the police or anybody had said to us, don't go there, it's dangerous,
ukube omnye noma amapolisa abesixelela phambi kokuba siye phaya ukuba ningayi phaya ingozi le
and
ndawo.
indeed we can see it was dangerous,
Sibona nathi okokuba ingozi.
and we're going to be breaking law by going there.
Sazi okokuba sophula umthetho ngokwenje
We
njalo.
would not have done that, because we're not
Singeke
there to
siye.
break law.
Sasingayanga phaya okokuba siyobaza izaphula mthetho.
Bishop, that doesn't answer my question, but let's go carefully on the timeline. We know that by the time that you're at the copy, 1:45, the cordoning off hasn't been announced yet. That gets announced at 2:00 that afternoon. So it's probably not cordoned off when you're there.
Masiphinde emva
Let's start.
kancane. Ekufikeni kwakho lapha ngokota to mfuni bengakazungeza le ndawo bengakathathwa ulawulo lwamaphoyisa. Isaziso sokuthi le ndawo isiphethwe amaphoyisa saphuma ngehora lesibili.
Chair, I have one subject, shortish, to deal with still, but I won't be able to finish it before 11. Is this perhaps a convenient time?
It's a convenient time, and the Commission would adjourn for tea.
Sizawuthi ke sibethe kancinci xesha letiye.
and see whether we can agree that firstly, a peacemaker should be independent.
Uthi ke uzothetha into ezintathu ngumuntu ogcina ucwangco. Okokuqala, umuntu ogcina ucwangco ifuneka ibe ngumuntu ozimeleyo. Ewe,
A peacemaker should listen to both sides to the dispute.
Yes.
uthi ke umgcini cwangco funeka amamele amacala omabini kwaba abantu babini baxoxisanayo okanye banengxaki phakathi kwabo.
And a peacemaker should try to understand the background to the dispute.
Yes.
Umuntu ogcina ucwangco okanye wenza uxolo funeka azi nokuthi imvelaphi okanye intsusa yengxaki yintoni na.
Now let me start with the third one first, the understanding of the background to the dispute. We know that when you went there on the 16th, you really did not know what had gone before in those fateful days starting on the 9th of August, apart from what you might have seen on the TV and read in the newspapers.
That's true.
Uthi ke naye uBishop inyani into yokuba akazi into yoba kwiintsuku ezingaphambili ukusukela ngomhla wethoba zaka-Agasti kwenzeke ntoni na, intsusa yale ngxaki bengayazi uba yintoni na, yinyani leyo.
You had not even heard of AMCO, who was one of the main protagonists in the dispute.
Yes.
Uthi ke naye bengazi nokuba iAMCO ibe nalo igale okanye ibingena nayo kule mpikisano bikhona.
And it also saw with NOM.
Kwananjalo nangenum ke bengaloo ndlela.
Now, if we look at the second prerequisite for a peacemaker that I've referred to, that is to listen to both sides, you tell us how you listened to the sides in your statement, Exhibit M, at page 8. This is how you listen to the striking workers. You say we introduced ourselves in detail and offered whatever assistance we could give to resolve the situation.
Utsho ke into kubana njengoba besitshilo into yoba isidingo into efunekayo ngumntu owenza uxolo okanye umxolelanisi into yokuba makamamele amacala omabini wabantu abaphikisanayo njengoba naye uBishop echazile into kuphepha lesibhozo page 8 echaze kuyo into yoba kwenzeka ntoni na.
Bishop, I'm wrong. It's page 2, paragraph 8. I'm sorry. Paragraph 8, and I've read you the first sentence.
Which one is it? Which document is you talking about? Is that
M.
the one?
That's your
This one?
statement. No. No, your statement, Exhibit M.
Oh, okay. Page 2.
Page 2, paragraph 8. Let me read to you again. I'm really
Yes.
dealing with what you knew of the stances of the two sides to the dispute. I'm now dealing with the striking workers, paragraph 8. Let me read the whole paragraph to you, and then the interpreter can interpret it back. We introduced ourselves in detail and offered whatever assistance we could give to resolve the situation. The workers as leaders told us about their experiences of being shot at by the mine security personnel and NUM officials. We were informed that we should secure the attendance of Nkwazi, loosely translated as the employer or the management, to come to the copy and address the workers. The second request was for food and water.
Yes.
Uthi ke baye bathetha kunye nabantu abaqhankqalazayo bazazisa okanye bazichaza into yoba bangobani nokuthi bafuna ukuba mababancede phayana. Baye bachaza ke namabaqhankqalazi into yokuba ingxaki yabo biyintoni ngoba oonogada baye babadubula kwathiwa ke kufunwa nonkwazi into yokuba makaye phaya ikupi umqashi.
In fact, you explain that more fully in your evidence in chief. If you have a look at the record, the transcription, page 1358 of the transcript, and you now give us some more detail of your discussion with the workers at the copy. 1358, line 6. We said to them we had seen in the television and the newspapers that there was a standoff between them and the company. And as church representatives, we wanted to know how we can help, and therefore we were in there specifically to help them communicate or deal with the issue that has brought them to the copy. And you add, the response was that they were at the mountain because they went to put their demands before the company, and they were met and shot at by the security personnel and some of the officials from the NUM trade union. That's very briefly what you understood from their side of the story, the workers' side. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Uyatsho ke ku page 135 njengoba uchaziwe njengoba babethetha nabaqhankqalazi baye baya kubo bathetha nabo babane kwabakho uthethathethwano kubo yokubana babonile ku TV nasemaphepheni into yokuba kukho ingxubakaxaka okanye ingxaki ekhoyo phakathi kwabo kunye nomqeshi nokuthi bona njengenkokeli zakwalizwi babe lapho into yokuba baze bazozisa isombululo babancede ukuthi kubekho ukuvisisana bathethisane into ke eyethethwa ngabaqhankqalazi into yokuba bona baye badutyulwa abanye abantu ababe badudubula bengabantu beunion le yenum.
And Lonman's stance, you explained to us what you knew about that, and that is in Exhibit M, your statement in that paragraph 10 that we've read before, where you spoke with the Lonman people and you told us what they told you. That's really the totality of what you had known of Lonman's stance to the dispute.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Fair, Mr. Berger, I think the bishop then did go on in his statement, having said what you've referred to in para 10 about the stance of Lonman. He dealt with it further in para 13, where he says that after the various things had happened and after they'd spoken to the commissioner, police and so forth, and the helicopters had taken off in the air, Mr. Marikana said, we should return to the copy, tell the striking miners, mine management would only talk to them if, firstly, they surrendered their weapons, secondly, they elected between 5 or 8 people to represent them, and thirdly, they dispersed from the copy. So that, I think, is necessary for the purposes of completeness in regard to what the bishop says Lonman's attitude was.
Let me put that to him, Chair. Thank you. You've heard what the judges said, Bishop.
Yes.
That is also a version you give. It's disputed by the Lonman people, but that you also knew about their willingness or unwillingness to talk to the workers and on what terms.
Yes.
Nokufuna kwaje ukungafuni kwamqeshi ukuthi ahambe yothetha nabaqhankqalazi nokuthi bazothetha nabo phansi kwemigomo kanye kwemigaqo enjani okanye eyiphi na. Uthi kunjalo Bishop.
Yes. And on the third question of the independence of the peacemaker, we see that in your statement in M, in paragraph 32, you deal with the broader moral dimensions of the crisis. Now, this statement is made on the 12th of November 2012, correct?
Yes.
By then, you knew about the events which preceded the 16th of August.
Yes.
You knew that 10 people had lost their lives prior to the 16th of August.
Yes.
Uyavuma ke uBishop njengoba bekuthiwa bechazile into kubana umxolelaniso zimeleyo kufuneke alandele izigaba eziphi okanye asebenze njani na uyavuma kuba kwi statement asenze nge12 kaNovember 2012 ubese nolwazi ngesehlakalo esenzeka ngaphambi komhla we16 kaAugust no Bishop uyavumelana uthi ewe kunjalo.
By the time you make your statement, you know that of those 10 people were members of the Lonman staff and members of the SAPS.
I don't know they were members of SAPS, but I'm aware that they were members of Lonmin and the trade and the workers.
Uthi ke abengazi uBishop kuba kwesishumi sabantu abaswelekileyo bekukho namapolisa kuwe into beyazi into kubana bingabantu baseLonmin nabantu ebebengabe union.
Now, if we read your paragraph 32, it limits itself to the 16th of August. Why is that if you deal with the broader moral dimension of this tragedy?
It's because, as I said, on the first day of giving my testimony, I will speak on my personal experience, what I saw, what I heard, and what I said. So I'm trying to limit myself to that experience. But broad moral issues extend beyond that, because I'm looking at how this process taking place here will contribute towards harmony, cooperation, and peace for the country.
Njengoba bebuza ke yena igqwetha into kubana kutheni kule ntlekele bethetha ngayo egxizelela ehleli kakhulu kusehlakalo sange-16 sika-August. Ubishop uthi yena kakhulu uthetha okanye uthe wahlala kakhulu kule nto uthe wayiva wayibona nangamehlo wakhe, njengoba ekugqibeleni befuna into kubana kubekho ukubuyisana nokuvisisana nentsebenziswano kwilizwe lethu.
Mr. Berger, you will remember that when he came to this part of his evidence, I wouldn't allow him, nor would I allow Mr. Mpofu, who was leading him, to cover the matter contained in paragraph 32.3 and following, because I said it wasn't relevant to this phase of the proceedings. And I asked him to confine himself to the events up to the 16th. So I just remind you of that.
Chair, I'm painfully aware of that, and I'm only addressing 32.1 and 32.2, if you will permit me. Bishop, you're a very senior clergyman. You have been involved in this matter, and you are now expressing what you term the broader moral dimension. What I would like to understand from you is why you limit this part of your evidence to the 16th of August, and let me be more direct, why you don't deal with the 10 people who lost their lives after the 9th of August, as if that's not part of the moral challenge we face.
I said through you, Chair, that other events I did not know, except what I'd seen on television and in newspapers. The experience I am presenting here is that of the 16th.
But that's not correct, Bishop. You tell us about the planting of weapons on bodies. You don't know anything about that, with the greatest of respect. But you write about that in your moral dissertation.
That's your interpretation.
But then your answer is not correct, that you simply limit yourself to events you've witnessed. That's not correct.
In this instance, yes.
I beg your pardon?
Is this instance, yes, because the chairperson had told us to limit ourselves to the 16th.
Uthi ke no bishop xa sithetha ngale mhlalo kanye ngalo mbalo uzawugxizelela kakhulu kwinto yenzeke nge-16 ngoba yile nto naye umhlali ngaphambili ethe wayithetha, ngoba ingxaki egqwetha kufuna ukwazi into yokubana kutheni kakhulu bishop ehlala kumhla we-16 kwibali lakhe alibalisayo kodwa angathethi ngento yenzeke ngomhla wethoba konye phambi kwethoba le-August apho abantu abalishumi baye basweleka khona na.
No, Bishop. This side of the inquiry is concerned with the events of the 9th to the 16th of December. August. The death of 44 people. That's what we're concerned with.
Yeah, you're right about that, but my experience and my knowledge, which is firsthand, is that of the 16th.
Ubishop uyavumelana negqwetha ke into yoba nyhani apha kuhlelwe ngomba wenzeke ukusukela ngomhla wethoba uya kutsha ngeshumi elinesithandathu ku-August apho kuye kwasweleka abantu abangama-44 kodwa ke ubishop yena uthi into ayaziyo kakhulu sisehlakalo esiye senzeka nge-16 yaka-August.
But when you address moral issues, you need to be broader in your thinking, because you're trying to point at things that should be avoided if the consequences are going to be negative.
Uthi
And
ke
if the consequences are going to be positive, they should also be addressed.
uthi ke uBishop into bejonge kuyo kakhulu zindaba ezibhekisene nesimo isimilo kakhulu ngoba umuntu ufuneka ibe ngumuntu ocinga banzi ngoba ukuba izoba neziqhamo ezingekho zinhle lonto ufuneka ibe into eyekwayo kodwa ke ekugqibeleni uba into ezisa iziqhamo ezilungileyo ezi right then ifuneka ibe into ke ukuthethwa ngayo ethwa thaca.
Bishop, what is your view on the deaths of the people, the 10 people from the 9th to the 14th of August, the moral side of that? What is your view on that?
I think I should say, first of all, that it is regrettable and morally unacceptable.
Uthi ke xa sithetha ngekufa kwabantu kusweleka kwabantu kusuka ngomhla weshumi uyotsho ngeshumi elinane ku-August yinto engamkelekanga isimilo esingamkelekanga eso and into engekho mnandi leyo
Nobody has a right to take anybody's life.
ngoba kekho umuntu onelungelo lokuthatha ubomi bomnye umntu.
And for the sanctity of life is a very critical thing in our moral teachings.
Loo nto xa sithetha ngobomi ke yinto enobuzaza kakhulu xa sithetha kwimfundiso yethu.
And when you considered the moral and cultural dimensions of this, at the time that you wrote your statement on the 12th of November, you held that view also in respect of those 10 people.
Yes.
Uthi ke uBishop nange-12 kaNovemba ngoku ebhalayo istatement sakhe xa ejonge indlela yesiko okanye yesintu nesimilo sabantu benayo beyicingile nangale sehlakalo ezenzeke ngaphambi kwalo mhla
Today,
we-16.
I even think about those people who died in the farmlands of the Western Cape.
Namhlanje ucinga nangaba bantu abaye basweleka kwifama entshonalanga koloni.
That's what I refer to as broad perspective of looking at moral issues.
Uthi ke yindlela ke athetha ngayo ebanzi yokujonga isimilo.
What I don't understand is that you address these moral and cultural dimensions and you refer to a story you've read somewhere of the planting of weapons among dead bodies, but you do not express any view on the 10 people who had lost their lives shortly before the 16th, which you knew about when you wrote your statement. That's what I don't follow.
No, I didn't know about that, except that which I saw on television and newspapers. I said to you that when I was in the premises or in the area of the mine, I never saw any signs of people having killed there. Nobody pointed at any of the signs that somebody was lying there dead. I only saw that when you gave me this book.
Bishop, will you read with me your statement M, page 3, please? There you say 5 lines from the top. You're now talking to the Lonman people on the 16th of August. Exhibit M, page 3, 6 lines from the top. By their people, I understood him to be referring to some of the 10 people who were killed on the 13th of August. Of course you knew about these people by the 16th.
Yes, I've said that repeatedly. I saw it on the television, I read about it on newspapers.
Lonman people told you that 10 people had lost their lives.
Yes.
Why don't you address that in your moral dissertation in paragraph 32?
It's inclusive.
Where is that included? Let us read that, because we would be relieved to find it in paragraph 32. Give us the passage, please.
No, the passage I've just given to you, that even as I sit here today, prior to what has happened in the Western Cape, that statement is now inclusive of what is going on in our country.
Njengoba ke ngoku ingxaki egqotha into yokubana uBishop xa echaza ngesehlakalo esenzileyo akathethi kakhulu ngesehlakalo esenzeke emva kwe-9 yaka-Agasti apho kwaye kwasweleka abantu abalishumi khona. Ngoku igqwetha lifuna uqonda into yokubana kutheni ke ngoku apha kwi-statement sakhe engayifakanga lento leyo. Impendulo ka Bishop kukuthi njemba thetha ichazile nayo into kubana nobingekho nje kodwa ke bese chaze ngokuphangaleleyo ngendlela ebanzi into bazizintoni xa sijonge kwilizwe lethu ezimkhathaza kakhulu. Ngoba nayo yena lonto leyo ngamanye amazwi ukuya kwa Bishop ikhankanyiwe nayo.
Bishop, we will submit at the end of this half of the commission that your paragraph 32, dealing with the morality of the situation, is not independent, and it should at the least have expressed a view on the moral implications of the people who lost their lives between the 9th and the 14th of August, of which you were aware. You have a comment to that?
Now, that's your opinion. I can't comment on what you think and want to say. That's your choice, really.
Xa isitsho ke na igqwetha into kubana istatement saka Bishop asibonakalisi isinje ngomntu obezimeleyo uthi ke yena njengokuba igqwetha lithi njengoba engachazi yonke angathethi ngento yenzeke kusuka ngo9 Nyoshe nge14 so into ayiphendula ngayo yena uBishop ngoba luluvo lwakho olo indlela wena obona ngayo leyo.
Bishop, we initially understood that you would be called by the Legal Resources Center, but when you are giving evidence now, you give it on behalf of what is termed the victims. What I would like to understand, those victims, do that include the 10 people who died before the 16th, or do you only speak for the victims of the 16th?
If through you, Chair, I had been given the opportunity, the massacre of the 16th would not have happened. If we had cooperated with each other, that would have been prevented.
Yes, but
I
Bishop,
was not there on the previous days. There was nothing I could do about it. I did not intend doing anything except maybe to address that on a moral basis.
Sorry, can I just put the question for you while I remember it? The point I think being put to you is that if you'd been given on the basis of what you say, if you'd been given the opportunity to act as you wanted to act on the 16th, the killings on the 16th might have been avoided. But that wouldn't have detracted from the fact that the 10 killings before that had already happened. I think that's the thrust of what Mr. Berg is putting. Is that correct, Mr. Berg?
Indeed, Chair.
Sorry. Interpreter, you can now get a chance to interpret both what was put earlier and what I've asked.
Into bithethwe ligqwetha ngaphambili into kubana ungathi indlela khupha ngayo ubungqina bakhe yabeka ngayibali like uBishop indlela ebonisa into kuba uxhasa amaxhoba aye asweleka ngomhla we16 uye waphendula yena ngokuthi ke yena uBishop into kubana ukuba bekukho intsebenziswano nemvisiswano waze kwaphiwa ithuba njengoba sitsho no commissioner into ba akwazi ukuthi athethe nabantu yonke lento yenzekileyo ngengazange yenzeke.
And in order to fill the silence, let me add to that. We have a statement on morality where the only two relevant states that we see is 32.1 and 32.2 is pointing at Lonman and the police. I don't see anything in this moral statement on the advisability of an unprotected strike, of carrying weapons which you've taken off dead policemen onto a kopje, on mutilating security staff. I see nothing of that or the morality of those acts here, and I ask, why, Bishop?
Because I did not know in the first instance that the strike was unprotected. I didn't know that.
Ke uBishop xa iphendula ngokuba kuthiwa ku32.1 kwistatement sakhe njebethetha ke ngesimilo ingathi kakhulu ujonge kakhulu kwilonmini nasemapoliseni ujolise kuwo akathethi ngezixhobo ezasetyenzisweyo nabantu ababulawayo kutheni ke ngokunjalo uphendula athi uBishop ngoba ngelo xesha ubengazi ngalonto leyo yena.
That comes up in the process of our conversation with the three gentlemen from London.
Lento ithe yachazwa ke ngeli xesha ubethetha nalamadoda amathathu asebenza eLonmin okanye ayisuka eLonmin.
Bishop, I must put to you that your role of peacemaker was badly undermined by your absence of trying to understand the background to the dispute when you walked in on the 16th of August.
That's your opinion. I don't believe that.
Udakakholelwa ke into ba imizamo yakhe yokuzama ba ibe ngu mxolanisi nge-16 August ibe yaba into eyajongelwa phansi yagxekwa kakhulu leyo akayikholwa lonto leyo Bishop.
May I just in conclusion put two short portions from two witnesses who will be called by Lonman. One is from Mr. Barnard Mokoena, and can I just put this to you? He will say that while he was at the JOC, he received a call from you and you requested to meet with management. He advised you that he was at the JOC. Any comment?
It can't be true. I never knew who Mokoena was. Where would I have gotten his number?
Uthi Bishop ke ayinyani lento noba kuthiwa njengoba echiligodo kwamanqina amabini azawuzapha asuka kwalomini enye yawo ngumkwena intoba uBishop wafundula umkwena wacela intoba ufuna ukubona abaphathi bakwalomini waze wathi umkwena yena usejok le ndawo kuthiwa kubizwa ijok uBishop uthi lonto leyo ayinyani.
Actually, I don't even believe that Mokoena could say that under oath.
Uthi akakholwa nokuba umkwena bengakwazi bengayithethi into enjalo ifungile.
Now that I know who he is, and I have had some dealings with him, I don't believe he could say that under oath.
Ngenxa yoba uBishop uthi uyamazi uba ungubani ngoba uke wadibana wathethisana kunye naye akakholwa uBishop uba le nto angayiphinda okanye ayitsho efungile.
Bishop, he will also deny that he told you that he should return to the Kopi and that you should return to the Kopi and tell the strikers to elect 5 to 8 representatives, whereafter the management would meet with these representatives. He said he never said that.
That's what he says, but that's what I have said in my statement also. So the two statements need to be tested. And
Uthi kuBishop izitatements zakhe nezikaMokoena ezingafaniyo zokuba kuke kwathiwa kufuneka ukukhethwa abameli abahlanu okanye abasibhozo ababasebenzi bezokuthethisana kunye namaqeshi uthi ke lonto leyo you said it's not true.
He will also tell the commission that he knows that you had a discussion with General Mbombo, but he was not part of that discussion and he did not know what was discussed between the two of you.
Chair, I find this really unfair on Mr. Mokoena. I think it's not true. I don't believe Mokoena would say that.
Uthi ke
I
akakholwa
really don't believe that. I'm honest about it. I think he's a man of integrity. And he's not capable of that kind of untruth.
Bishop, I'm putting to you a statement signed by Mr. Mokoena. Will you trust me on that and just give me your comments, please?
I don't know. That's what you are telling me. But I'm saying to you, having now known Mr. Mokoena, having dealt with Mr. Mokoena, I don't believe he said that.
Uthi ke uBishop njengoba esazi bu Mr. Mokoena imazi ba unguhlobo lomuntu onjani na akakholelwa into ba izinto kuthiwa uzithethile ezo zinto ezo.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Semenya, you have a cross-examination for the Bishop?
Yes, I do, Chair. Chair, I must thank Mr. Berger because I thought he was finished with me the first day we encountered each other. So thank you very much for...
As we've heard before, the expression finished with is ambiguous.
I hope we're done now for good. Sorry, sir.
Thank you, Bishop. Can I take you back to the evidence relating to footballers and the use of muti? You recall your evidence there?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Uthi uyakhumbula uBishop wathetha wathini ebungqineni bakhe ngowayithetha ngabantu abadlala ibhola nokusetyenziswa kamayeza.
And I understood your evidence to be that they would use the muti and still lose some of the games. Is that right?
Yes.
Uthi ke watsho uBishop into yoba bazawusebenzisa ke yona le mithi kodwa ke baphinde batyiwe emidlalweni yabo.
And as if that's not enough, they would go to the following game still using the muti.
Yes.
Nokuthi kuba loo nto ayiphelelayo ilingenanga bazawuya kunye bayodlala eminye imidlalo nakuyo basebenzisa imithi.
And that doesn't point to them being stupid.
Yes.
Nokuthi loo nto ayibonisa into yoba ngabantu abaziziyatha okanye izidenge.
Can I start with you on the light side of things? I have watched football many times, Bishop. At what point I would see a penalty taker take a cross across the chest and to look in the sky and miss the penalty. Have you observed something like that?
Yes, that's true.
Utsho ke uBishop naye ukabone njembe litsho igqwetha into yokuba xa kuzokhatywa ke ipenalty ukabona into ozokhaba engathi wenza umnqamlezo ngesandla sakhe aphinda ajonge phezulu kodwa still angqutye uthi uBishop uyenzeka loo nto leyo.
The difference, though, sir, is that I've seen players doing that also when they have achieved something.
I'm going there.
Okay.
Uthi ke uBishop into ayithethayo into yokubana uya abone abadlali benza loo nto nokuba kukhona into abayifumeneyo igqwetha ke lithi no sisaya kuleyo.
Undeterred in my example, they would still go the following weekend to take the penalty, still doing the cross sign. Right?
Yes.
Uthi ke nakwiimpelaveki ezilandelayo bazabe benza njalo baqhubekeke bayokhaba ipenalty baphinde baqhubekeke besenza loo minqamlezo ngezandla zabo.
And even when they score, they really look up the sky and in acknowledgement of that divine intervention.
Yes.
Uthi ke nyani ke naxa beskorile baye bajonge phezulu ukubonisa uba nyani uThixo uye wangenelela.
But that does not make them stupid either. Correct?
No.
Uthi loo nto nayo ayithethi into yokuba bazizibhanqa.
So it is a matter of faith in whatever the individuals have in what they are doing. Isn't that correct, Bishop?
Not really. I think there's a difference between faith and belief.
Uthi uBishop ayithethi loo nto yoba umntu unokholo ngoba kukho umahluko phakathi kwenkolelo yomntu nokholo umntu analo.
At least in the examples of those who look up into the sky, it is faith, right?
For those who look up to the sky, it is faith. Yes, I
Utsho ke
agree.
uBishop naye kwabo bajonga phezulu lo into ebonisa into yoba lo mntu unokholo.
And those who use ntelezi is belief.
Yes.
uBishop uthi aba basebenza intelezi inkolelo yakhe umntu leyo.
But the one thing common to both of them is that their conduct is moved by their belief or their faith.
Yes.
Uthi into ezifana ngayo into yoba umntu wenza loo nto eqhutywa lukholo lwakhe okanye inkolelo yakhe.
And to them, there is a deep-seated understanding and belief of faith that that which they do is in furtherance of their own interest.
That's true.
Kukho loo nto leyo ekhona kubo ngaphakathi nzulu uBishop uyavumelana into yokuba nyani bafuna ukwenza le nto bafuna yenzeke ngamanye amazwi.
We propose to lead an expert anthropologist who will tell us what the belief system is of those who use ntelezi.
Uthi ke likhona ke ingqina elizawubizwa apha eliyincutshe elizothetha inkolelo yomntu xa isebenzisa intelezi okanye iyeza.
That's not your area of expertise to contradict that type of evidence. Am I correct, Bishop?
That's true.
Uthi naye uBishop ke ayingumsebenzi wakhe uxanduva lwakhe lokuthi akwazi ukuphikisa ubungqina obunjalo.
And if I'm moved to go there, I will show you slides of many men on the 16th of August who were performing There are rituals there. You can accept it?
Yes.
Uthi ke uba kuyenzeka uzombonisa nefoto zabantu pha kwelo ebaleni apho okanye kuloo ndawo apho babesenza amatiletile abo ngamanye amazwi besebenzisa amayeza abo.
I'm not sure though, sir, that people who use Intelezi, when they have achieved their goal, or if they go to war, for instance, they come back and use Intelezi. I don't know that. But I know that Christians will make that cross in the faith of Jesus, and when they have achieved what they have achieved, aimed at, they will come back and do the same thing and be thankful to God. That much I know.
Into ayaziyo ke uBishop into yokuba akayazi kuqala into yokubana abantu abasebenza Intelezi into yoba bayakwazi ukuthi bayisebenzise emva ntoba bayifumene into beyifunayo. Uye wenza umzekelo ngemfazwe into yokuba akazi into yokubana emva kwemfazwe abantu bayayisebenza na. Kodwa into ayaziyo kuba kumakholwa akholelwa kuKristu bayakwazi ukuthi bawenze lo mnqamlezo kakhona njengendlela ebonisa umbulelo kuThixo.
So I know the benefits of having faith in Jesus, who is the Messiah. That I know.
Uthi into ayaziyo into yokuba uyakwazi ukuba umuntu ufumana ntoni xa enokholo kuYesu lo obizwa ukuba nguMesiya.
That's why I believe these people who come back and say, thank you, God, for affording me my desires, do that. I don't know why is it that the others don't come back and use Intelezi after that.
Uthi ke uyazi into yokuba umuntu xa ethe wafumana le nto beyifuna kuThixo uyakwazi into yokuba abulele athi ndiyabulela Thixo ngokuba uye wandinika iminqweno yam. Kodwa ke aba basebenza Intelezi akayazi kuba kutheni bona bengayisebenzisi Intelezi emveni uba beyifumene le nto bayifunayo.
I know that there is always celebration accompanied by slaughtering of a beast, but that has nothing to do with Intelezi. Those are two different functions. I mean, I'm talking now culture.
Uthi ke uyazi into yokubana ngokwesintu kuye kwenza umgidi okanye kubhiyozwe kuxhelwe akayazi ke ngokwentelezi into yoba kusetyenziswa njani na.
Bishop, I defer to you on matters faith. I am prodding matters belief and not even culture.
Okay. Thank you.
The expert will tell the commission that once they have undergone that type of ritual, they would think themselves invincible. That is not a matter you're able to contradict, Bishop, am I correct?
Theologically speaking, and in terms of my faith, I can't dispute that.
Uthi ke uBishop kule nto ethethwayo njengoba kuzoba khenqanele ezawutsho into yokubana lithethe ngale ndaba yokusebenza kwemithi uBishop akanayiphikisa loo nto yoba umuntu osebenzise Intelezi akanawukwazi ukuthi onzakala okanye afe. uBishop uthi yena ngokwenkokheli yezakwalizwi nokwekholo analo angayiphikisa loo nto leyo.
No, Bishop, I'm very circumspect. I'm not testing matters faith. I am very particular that it is the matters of belief on which the evidence will be tendered. I'm saying once that evidence is given, we are not going to rely on your opinion to contradict that. Am I correct?
That's true.
Uthi no Bishop inyani ke ndoba asizova uluvo lwakhe si lwenkolo yakhe kusisetyenziswe kuphikiseni lento elingqina lezawuza apha enkundleni lizoyithetha.
Now, can I move to something a little bit more serious, Bishop? You tell us that in 40 years as a priest, police in this country can never be trusted. That's a very, very harsh and stringent opinion you expressed there, Bishop, isn't it?
But I thought it's my opinion.
Njengoba kuthiwa uBishop utsho kwi-statement sakhe uba kule minyaka engamashumi amane anayo eyinkokheli ezakalizwi amapolisa awanakuthenjwa. Uphendula ngokuthi ngokuba lithi gqwetha ngamazwi arhabaxa angawathethayo uBishop uthi ke uBishop luluvo lwam olo.
Maybe we could qualify and say not all of them.
uBishop uyilungisa ngokuthi mhlambi singathi ayingabo bonke abanjalo.
I know, for instance, a policeman in my life who never in his life arrested a person. At least that's what he was known for in the community. His argument was that his job is to correct the wrongs that people were doing.
Uthi umzekelo uBishop kukho umfo wepolisa amaziyo ongazanga kabambe mntu apha yena njengepolisa indlela wayezathusa ngayo ke wayesithi into kubana injongo yakhe kunoba makalungise umntu.
So not all of them fall under the same category.
Singabo bonke singabafaka bonke bathi ngumgqubo sithi ngumgqubo engxowenye.
You see, Bishop, I want to rely on your moral authority. You've told us that you command that type of respect given your position.
Yes.
Now, the police have about 170,000 members. You're not referring to these people as untrustworthy, are you?
I've just said not all of them.
uBishop uthi ayingabo wonke amapolisa ke angenakuthenjwa.
But then, Bishop, I'm going to invite you to retract that statement you said in your evidence in chief, that the 40 years experience you have has brought you to the conclusion that police in this country can never be trusted. Please withdraw that if it is not completely correct.
Given the evidence, sir, of what that has been given here, it will be very difficult to do that.
Uthi kuBishop ngenxa yobungqina besebukhutshiwe unikezelwa apha enkundleni akanakwazi ukuthi la mazwi sewakhuphile ukuba utheni ngamapolisa akanakwazi warhoxisa kakhona lo mazwi.
But I can say that police are also human beings, and
Into
therefore they differ. There are good policemen, respectable, but there are also bad ones that have brought disgrace to the office of a police.
uthi ke amapolisa uBishop nabo ngabantu nangona ke behlukile ngoba bakhona abalungileyo nabahloniphekileyo. Uthi ke bakhona nabo bazitapile ezibolileyo bangalunganga balihlazo bona kwinkonzo yobupolisa.
That, Bishop, is even pretty measured. That is tempered. What I'm putting to you is that what you said in evidence in chief is not tempered, is not measured, and I invite you to withdraw it.
I have difficulty with that.
Usamile ke uBishop ukuthi yena unengxaki kunobunzima xa kuthiwa kuye makarhoxisela amazwi akhe awathethileyo.
You do concede, don't you, that there are a whole number of people who will attest to lives saved by these men and women?
That's true, based on what I've said about the police community. That's true.
Uthi ke inyani ke kumapolisa kukho abantu abaye babahlangula unyani ke utsho njalo uBishop uyavumelana nalonto.
The law in this country posits the responsibility of law enforcement on these men and women. You accept that?
Yes, I do believe that police are there to protect people, isn't it? And to guide us, not to break the law. This is probably why I said, if the police had told me not to go back to the copy, I would not have done that because it should be breaking the law.
njengoba kuthiwa ke ligqwetha into yoba amapolisa aphiwe uxanduva lokuba asebenzise umthetho, uBishop uyavumelana nto leyo into yoba kufuneka akhusele aphinde kakhona abonise indlela. Not hayi bengawo awuphula umthetho ngoba naye ba uBishop waba nengani xa kuthiwa makangayi phaa ekopini waphinda waya bezobe waphula umthetho ndaye ngokwenza njalo.
And for that reason, it is important that the people repose responsibility and trust in this single entity on which the Constitution rests the obligation, Bishop. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, I agree.
Uyavumelana ke nangomgaqo siseko into yokuba labantu baluphiwe uxanduva nokuthembeka.
And an opinion of the bishop would be very strong in helping build confidence on an institution that has that as its responsibility. You would agree, Bishop?
Yes. Let me give you an example. I go to the police station here at Marikana on a Sunday afternoon. And I am told who to find and to put my request. I am told to sit on a bench. And the police come in with a young lad. And he's handcuffed. And he's taken into some corner there. So I stood up and I went to the police person who was doing the writing. I said, surely he must be underage, isn't it? Why would you put handcuffs on him? And the answer I got, he runs away. The age thing was never discussed. He runs away. Now, is that a good reason for handcuffing a child? It's not. And so my moral obligation is to say to the policeman, you can do better than that.
Uthi ke uBishop njengoba besenza umzekelo ngoba waye police station eMarikana wahlaliswa ebhankini xa efuna umuntu wakufuneka edibene naye efake isicelo kuye wabona ipolisa lingena nomfanyana oseneminyaka engaphansi osemncinci ebotshwe nokubotshwa wabuza ke elipolisa into kubana kutheni ebotshiwe lo mfana nje waphendula ngokuthi ngokuba unothanda ukuthi abaleke.
So I would want our police to do better.
Ufuna
And to do the
amapolisa
right
wethu
thing.
enze kangcono.
That is
bhetele.
within the law themselves.
Bishop, I don't have any knowledge of the example you are giving us. I would implore you to stay within the focus of my questions so that I don't get myself outside my focus. Can you help me with that?
Thank you.
Ucelile ke yena igqwetha into yokuba alazi into yoba le nto athetha ngayo uBishop so ucela into yoba into athetha ngayo uBishop ibe ngalomba uphicothweyo namhlanje. Uyabulela noBishop.
Second thing I would like to put to you as a proposition is that by far the majority of men and women in uniform do good work.
Absolutely.
Uthi ke bayagqwesa kakhulu Bishop aba mama no tata banxiba uniform le yobupolisa njengoba evumelana noBishop.
And at times at risk of life and limb to themselves.
I agree.
Uyavumelana nokuthi nabo ngokuthi ngelinye ixesha babeke ubomi babo esichengeni.
In your evidence in chief, you go so far as to say you wouldn't even trust them with taking your own statement down.
Yes.
Uchilo ko Bishop nokuthi
Chairperson, sorry, once again, I don't want to interrupt. That proposition is not correct. That statement was made under cross.
For the passage to which Mr. Semenya is referring is at page 1400.
Yes.
And the passage, I take it that he is specifically referring to, is lines 20 to 24.
Can I just
Now, I
finish?
suggest that you look at that passage first and then reconsider whether you wish to object, because it seems to me that what council is putting is a fair summary of the passage. Perhaps it would be convenient if we ask Mr. Semenya to read the passage out so we know exactly what was said, and then we can proceed.
No, that's not the point, Mr. Chairman. If I can finish my sentence. The proposition that was put is that what the chairman is saying now was said in examination in chief, which is not correct. That's all I'm pointing out.
Did you lead the witness, Mr. Mpofu? Did you?
Yes.
Right. Well, if you look at the page I referred you to, which is page 1400, you will see that the page immediately before it, which is page 1399, indicates, oh no, sorry, no, I beg your pardon, you're quite right. Mr. Berger was
Chairman.
cross-examining.
Thank you, Chairperson.
And you make comments on page 1399 and 1399, but that was by way of an objection. So the point you make is that it was not correct to say that was said in examination in chief is correct. So to that extent, your objection is upheld.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Was that the only basis of the objection?
It was, Chairperson. Thank you.
So we can proceed then, Mr. Semenya, on the basis that that's what the witness said in cross-examination. I'm not sure whether it makes a difference whether someone says something in cross-examination or examination in chief, but perhaps Mr. Mpofu will explain to us later why there is that important distinction. Would you please proceed?
Thank you, Chairman. Enlightened. Bishop, can we go back now and deal with that? The proposition I'm putting to you is that, and perhaps the chair is correct, can I read what appears as your answer on page 1400 of the transcript? And perhaps can I start from line 17, where you say, police in this country, there's enough to say about how they have tried to plant things on people and change statements that you have given. I personally have been to the police station to make a statement. I have to ask the police, can I write it myself? So I can easily say to you, I was not there when this was written, so I don't know whether it is a fact, and I must tell you, I don't trust a police person. I'm putting it to you, Bishop, that that's too strong a statement to make again from a bishop.
I actually find it very difficult to argue with you, except to say that if you look at the police in this country, in America, and in England, they behave differently. In England, I would stop when I see a bobby and ask whatever the question is. In this country, I hesitate. I look for the civilian to ask a question.
It may very well be how you...
So that's why I say it's my opinion.
Utsho ke uBishop njengoba igqwetha uMr Semenya besitsho into yokuba amazwi kaBishop aye abarhabaxa kakhulu ingakumbi for umuntu onjengobishop kwisikhundla sakhe. uBishop uthi ke amapolisa aseAmelika nawasengilani nawaseMzantsi Afrika indlela asebenza ngawo awafani. Wenza umzekelo into yoba babesengilani benakwazi ukuthamise ipolisa lakhona libuze umbuzo kodwa ke into bengathandabuza ukuthi makayenze apha eMzantsi Afrika endaweni yoko bengabiza nje umhlali waseMzantsi Afrika abuze yena kunepolisa.
Bishop, if that was said by Jo Seoka, it would not bother me. I'm troubled because it is said by somebody of such moral standing. and authority in our civic society.
Yeah.
That's why I'm prodding this with you.
Yeah.
Do you want to temper that statement?
You know, Chair, I actually do have police who I relate to very well. I do have police in my church who are lay ministers. I do have police that I trust. But I do believe that most of the people in this country, they don't trust the police, and I'm one of those.
Bishop, it sounds to me as if you really have tempered the statement or qualified it by implication. What you said was, page 1400, line, starts at line 15. I can tell you, having been a priest for almost 40 years now, police in this country can never be trusted. Police in this country, there's enough to say about how they've tried to plant things on people, change statements that you've given. I personally have been to the police station to make a statement. I have to ask the police, can I write it myself? So I can easily say to you, I was not there when this was written, so I do not know whether it is a fact. I must tell you, I don't trust a police person. But what you've now said means that your opening statement, police in this country can never be trusted, isn't really what you intended to say, as I understand it, from what you say now.
That's what I
Because
tried
you
to-
now say, I take it, there are police you trust. There are policemen for whom you have great respect and admiration and so forth, whom you do trust. So you didn't express yourself, if I may say so, with the precision that one expects of someone who holds your high office. And would you like to respond to Mr. Semenya's invitation to qualify what you say, to make it clear what you actually meant?
Uyacela ke uCommissioner ukuthi uBishop azochaza kakuhle axaxise kuvakala into okuba njengoba into engathi uyazithetha ziyakhabana axaxise kakuhle into oba befuna ukuthini ngamanye amazwi ngoku abayikhupha istatement sakhe qala isithi amapolisa awanakuthenjwa waphinda kakhona wathi akhona amapolisa athenjwayo ingathi ziyakhabana izinto zitho uCommissioner ucela axaxise.
I think I did say that I probably should have said some of them within the police family, because as I say now, there are good ones and the bad ones. As in any human being, we've got good people and we've got bad people. But it's what we do about those kinds of people when we are dealing with them. And therefore, personally, when I deal with the police, I start from a position of suspicion. Maybe it's
Those are the things that trouble me, Bishop.
Njengoba si qala uBishop ndoba into bekufuneka uyithethile eqaleni kwestatement sakhe ndoba ayingabo bonke wonke amapolisa afana nje bebechaza into yoba kukho abantu abalungileyo nabantu abangalunganga kodwa ke uba benahamba yofuna uncedo kupolisa benoyenza loo nto ayenze enesikroko.
South Africa has a fair amount of the populace that is illiterate and innumerate, who take the word of a bishop as good as any, as they must. And to say that you can't even trust the police in taking down a statement, I put it to you and I beseech you, goes a little too far than helpful. Can you temper that as well?
It could be my training, because even the way I read the scriptures, I read the Bible, I start from the perspective of hermeneutics of suspicion in order to extract the truth.
Njengoba ke sibona igqwetha lidanile ngendlela umuntu onjengobishop o bena ukwazi into kuba nabantu abangafundanga bakwazi ukuthi bamve kwimfundiso zakhe kutsho ukuthi uBishop ngamanye amazwi into ayithethileyo ngokutya ngokogqitha into bengasoze ibe luncedo. uBishop uthi kwakuzo izibhalo ezingcwele nazo uye qala azijonge eneskroko xa efundayo kwenzele kule nto ayifundayo azokwazi ke ngokuveza kuvele inyaniso.
And that's an acceptable practice in my discipline.
Na kwindlela ke aphila ngayo yindlela yamkelekileyo le asebenza ngayo yena uBishop.
But it's not so for other churches. There are bishops, there are clergy person who don't approach the Bible that way.
Uthi ke bakhona nabanye abantu abangobishop nenkokheli zakalizwi abangayiyo kanye bafunde iBhayibhile abasebenzise indlela ayisebenzisayo uBishop.
You see, Bishop, what troubles me is if you are correct about this, then it may go a long way in explaining why it is that police intervention in conflict resolution is frustrated because you sponsor these type of opinions.
To be honest with you, I have very little dealings with police except those within my church and except just greeting them and being nice to them as human beings. So I don't teach them anything. I have no experience of teaching police what they need to do. In actual fact, I'm very concerned that the clergy who are chaplains are probably not doing the job that one would expect from a person who is responsible for guiding the morality of others. So I'm talking for myself here, sir. I'm not talking for another person. I'm just talking for myself.
In fact, Bishop, I have copies of dockets where you are a complainant yourself.
Yes.
And those copies of dockets have policemen who took your statement. You didn't write it yourself.
That's true.
So I'm
But I
asking
have
you,
also written a statement. I've asked the police, this is not what I said. Can I just write it myself? Some would say yes, some would say no.
but that's not what you said in cross-examination. That's my difficulty, Bishop. It is better to state a balanced opinion so that those who are minded to have their statements taken by the police can feel free to do so without hanging on your evidence that that statement may be twisted.
Into beyithethile ke uBishop into kuba naye bebabulisa naba basecaweni yakhe amapolisa kodwa akasebenzisani kakhulu namapolisa into emphoxa kakhulu uBishop into yokuba o chaplain bangawenzi umsebenzi wawo kuba bakwazi ukwenza amapolisa balawule indlela abaziphethe ngayo ngoku uye wathi ke na igqwetha uBishop kukho istatement awaye wazenza ngoba pha kuye igqwetha liphethe idockets apho uBishop waye wenza istatement khona uyangqina noBishop uthi kunjalo ngoba kulomatyala wayengumangali uyachaza nokuthi kwezinye istatement xa kukho into bengavumelaniyo kunye nayo uBishop bekwazi ukuthi athi no khange ndiyithethele ndicela uba ndibhale ngokwam ba kwenzeke ntoni na.
Senior Counsel, you know deep in your heart and your conscience will tell you that you yourself have defended people who have been arrested unlawfully just because the statement written by the police was wrong. I believe that. I am a shepherd of the flock. I've had statement. I've tried to be a friend of the court because the person believes that it's not what he or she has written. And they're in jail. You know that. It's not, I'm not making up a story. You as senior counsel, you must have done that in your early days as an attorney, and I still believe you do it right now.
uBishop njengoba echilo ivakalisa uluvo lakhe kuba njengoba naye engumalusi khokhela izimvu naye igqwetha uke kwabakho ixesha apho mhlawumbi uye wamela abantu kumatyala apho kwenziwe istatement ngendlela engasiyo kanye kungabhalwanga lento yenzekileyo negqwetha liyavumelana kuBishop ngaloo nto leyo.
Bishop, I seek no concession higher than saying there are many men and women, police officers, who take honest statements from complainants and those who are witnesses.
That I do not deny. Some would actually ask you, do you agree with this statement? And then you sign it. But there are those who don't really care. And those are the ones that have given a bad name to the security forces.
Uthi ke uBishop uyavumelana nokubana bakhona ke ababona babuza umuntu xa begqiba uthatha istatement somuntu amapolisa into yoba yinto ithethileyo libhalwe apha na emva kokwacela into yobana makatyikitye okanye asayine khona.
I may have to ask you to defend me one of these days because already I've been stopped by police saying, you're the one that say you can't trust us.
Uthi ke uzocela uba ngenye yezintsuku negqwetha limncede limmele uBishop ngoba uke wamiswa ngamapolisa athi amapolisa nguwe lo ungasithembiyo.
That's precisely the influence you have, which bothers me, Bishop. But anyway, let us address a different subject now.
The point's now been cleared up, hasn't it? He gave you the concession you asked for. He accepted that the statement, it was in general terms, really refers to some policemen and not all policemen. I think you've taken the point as far as it can be taken. You made the point I think you intended to make. He made the concession, which I think he willingly makes. So I think we can now move on to something else, unless there's some aspect that I've overlooked that you still need to deal with on this point.
That's why I was saying, Chair, that can we move to the next point? Bishop, I want us to play you some slides, and I'll play them in some sequence. If we can have on the screen played to you the mood of the crowd on the 16th of August 2012.
Liyacela ke igqwetha into yoba udlalelwe uBishop isenzo okanye intshukumo yesihlwele ngomhla we-16 ku-August. Izawudlalwa ngokulandelelana kwazo.
Bishop, I want you to confirm what I see. We're talking about a very belligerent group of people there, aren't we?
Yes.
Uyavumelana nayo into yoba kubonisa abantu yani abangaxolanga ngamanye amazwi.
We're not watching traditional knobkiris only there, are we?
Yes.
Asiboni maqhudu qha phayana.
We're actually witnessing people armed with seriously dangerous weapons, aren't we?
Yes.
Uthi sibona abantu abaphethe izixhobo ezinobungozi kakhulu.
That must be the type of people you met on that day, the 16th of August, 2010.
Yes.
2012, rather.
Yes.
uBishop uyangqinelana nokuthi ngabantu ayowadibana nabo nge-16 ka-August ngo-2012 abaya.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, may I ask my learned colleague to please identify the piece of footage?
I can do with some help, Chair.
Says video 000 21 MTS. Approximate time is 13:13 on 16th August 2012. That's how it begins. So I take it the reference that I've read, 00021 MTS is what you're looking for, Mr. Madlaga. I'm not sure whether that is already before the Commission. I don't remember that precise one. If it isn't,
Yes, yesterday it was part of what was
well, there you are.
played,
So it's
yes,
already
yes.
before us. You've just
Yes.
identified what it is.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Matlanga. Bishop, I'm trying to explore with you that what we have now seen is not typical labor negotiating methods recognized under the law, is that?
That's true.
uBishop uvumelana nokuba ayindlela ethile esetyenziswayo leyana yokuba uhambisana ngokomthetho wabasebenzi ukuba kubekho uthethathethwano leya.
And we are talking about an unrest situation as opposed to the withdrawal of labor power. Am I right?
Yes.
Sithetha ngemeko emaxongo apho ke bantu baye ekusebenzeni barhoxa.
What you say in your evidence, Bishop, that your intercession may have averted the fatalities of the 16th is something I want to test with you.
Unto ofuna ukuyivavanya kuBishop Elithetha into yoba ukungenelela kwakhe ngekwenze into kubana intlekele yenzekileyo ngelamini ingenzeki.
It is an opinion you express which is blind to a whole number of factors. I want to explore those with you.
Uthi ke luluvo lakaBishop olumfamekileyo kwimiba emininzi lonto uzayiveza wakanye ichaze kuBishop.
It is blind to the fact that there have been several instances where the police were requesting that belligerent group to disarm.
Uthi ke into emfamekisiweyo kanye ngenxa yokuba ziye zabaninzi izihlandlo kanye amatyeli apho amapolisa aye acela abaqhankqalazi ukuba babeke phantsi izixhobo.
Can you accept that?
Yes.
It is blind to the fact that even the leader, Mr. Matunjwa, could not get them to disarm. Do you accept that?
I don't know about that, but I know that I could have made them to leave their weapons behind.
Uthi ke akayazi into yoba uMr Mathunjwa umnumzana Mathunjwa woyisakala ukwenza abantu babeke phantsi izixhobo kodwa ke into wena icela yena uBishop ngiyizocela ukuba bazishiye ngasemva izixhobo zabo into wayenzile leyo.
I'll test that with you a little later. But what we do know is for 15 to 30 minutes we were on the copy. You did not say to them, gentlemen, please disarm and put these weapons aside to facilitate a resolution of this impasse. Am I correct in saying that?
You're correct in saying that on that particular occasion, but subsequently I did. And I'll give you the words I used.
Uthi ke uBishop inyani into yokuba kula mizuzu ngamashumi anantlanu uyotsho kwamashumi amathathu khangatsho into yoba bacele into yoba babeke phantsi izixhobo kuze kuzobakho isisombululo kodwa ke uthi ekugqibeleni okanye kuye kwabakho ixesha apho waye wayenza loo nto leyo yena uBishop.
In your first contact with the group, you could have said to them, this is not consistent with a peaceful resolution if we are carrying these dangerous weapons.
I could have said that.
Uthi ke Bishop ngetshilo into yokubana le nto niyenzayo ayihambisani nomthetho ekuziseni isisombululo.
And I'm putting it to you, Bishop, that your belief that your intervention could have averted the tragedy is also blind to the fact that since the 9th, up to the 16th, even when you were there, of August, there had been repeated requests for the group to disarm. You don't know how much
Chairperson,
effort.
Chair, I'm sorry. Maybe I should just return the favor by asking whether my learned friend is going to lead that evidence, or is it just speculation? That since the 9th, I think that was the question. Since the 9th, there had been repeated requests to disarm. That, as far as I'm concerned, is not the evidence, but maybe my learned friend knows better.
I think he's putting a summary of the evidence led so far. I must confess, I interpreted the question as being based on evidence he proposes to lead, but in view of the fact you've raised the matter pertinently, perhaps he can answer it
Yes,
before he
thank you.
proceeds.
Need to remind our learned friends, both of them, that before the death of 2 members of the workers, generally speaking, on what we saw yesterday, the group as a whole was unarmed.
Yeah.
That's exactly the point
Yeah,
I'm making.
we know that. Anyway, the point was raised by Mr. Mpofu. You've added a codicil to it. Now let's hear what Mr. Semenya has to say in reply.
Your intercession. I'll reformulate the question. It really doesn't. Your statement is blind to the fact that there were numerous occasions where the militant group was requested to disarm, but they did not hit those requests. Am I correct?
I hear you saying that. That's not what I know or experience, but I would believe that what may have happened prior to my encounter with them.
Uthi ke uBishop akana ukwazi ke xa kuthiwa into kubana amapolisa azame amatyeli amaninzi nesihlandlo uxelela abaqhankqalazi nobabeke phantsi izixhobo ukuba benze njalo. UBishop ke uthi ke nabana ukwazi ukuthi aphendule angene kuyo leyo kanye ephikise ngoba akazi into babekwenzeke ntoni ngaphambili.
It is a statement blind to the fact that even Mr. Matunjo had assured the police that by 9 o'clock of that morning, the people will disarm peacefully, and they didn't do it. You can't refute that evidence when tendered.
I don't know it. If you show it to me and you can prove that that's what happened, I would say yes, but as of now, I'm not aware that happened.
Xa kuthiwa ke uMr Mathunjwa waye waxelela amapolisa into yoba ngalamhla ngentsimbi yethoba abantu baze babeke phantsi izixhobo zabo nangona abantu bangazange benze ngolo hlobo. Ngoku uyabuza uBishop loo nto uyayiphikisa na? Uthi uBishop akazi ngaloo nto ngaphandle into yokuba benonika ubungqina okanye ayibone ngamehlo akhe isenzeka loo nto leyo.
It is a statement blind to the reality that the SAPS members had used professional negotiators to try and persuade the group to disarm. Correct?
I don't know.
Uthi ke uBishop akazi nokuba amapolisa asebenzisa abantu abakwazi ukuthethisana nabantu abaqeqeshiweyo into yokuba bahambe bayothetha nesihlwele.
You have already conceded you are not even aware that some police members had been killed by some of these protesters on the
Yes,
Monday.
Correct.
Uthi wayengazi nokuba kukho amapolisa wayebulewe ngabaqhankqalazi ngomvulo.
You are already also unaware that they had, through their leaders, declared war with the police. You're not aware of that.
No.
Uthi bengayazi nokubana baye bavakalisa kanye batsho bona into yokuba bazoba lwa imfazwe namapolisa uBishop akazi ngaloo nto leyo.
What you also say, Bishop, on the transcript at page 1400, is that I can tell you under oath against line 6. The man in the green blanket, the one I spoke to, was one of the most peaceful people in that whole group.
Yes.
Uthi ke uBishop utshilo kwistatement sakhe into yoba laa ndoda wayethetha nayo yayizomphathise ngengubo eluhlaza ngoyena mntu wayegcina ucwangco noxolo ngaphezu kwabo bonke abantu kuloo ndimbane eso sihlwele.
I'm going to ask that we play you another clip showing Mr. Noki.
Okay.
Mr. Mdlanga will ask you, once the clip starts, to put on record where exactly it's to be found among the various video clips that we have.
Thank you, Chair.
Nambani zonke tothabo nawo lotsahlala lona tsahlala laba tadabani lawo nawo yena nambani zonke lo into lothi lotnazivuma yena lena lokubamba lo mind.
Hold it there. Chair, I'll try to find the description of the tape, but
You don't have to give it to us now. You can perhaps give it to us after the lunch adjournment. I don't want to interrupt the flow of your cross-examination. But as long as we get it so when we read the record again, we will know what exactly the clip is that's been shown.
thank you, Chair. Bishop, I propose to you that is Mr. Noki on the 13th of August 2012. You won't refute that, will you?
No, I won't.
uBishop akaphikisa uba ngumnumzana uNoki lowa kwaye kwakungomhla we-13 kaAgasti ngo-2012.
You could see from that clip that he has in his possession very dangerous weapon.
Yes.
Uthi uyabona nakulaa mboniso oveziweyo into yoba uphethe isixhobo esinobungozi kakhulu.
And what we see there, it is a group of men hunched in saber-rattling formation. Did you see that?
Yes.
Uthi uyabona ngabantu abaphethe izixhobo na ngendlela abaye bama ngayo ingathi sisanqa.
And if I played the clip further to you, they disobey an instruction to disarm. You can accept that.
I don't know, I've not seen it yet.
Uthi akayazi uba xa kuthiwa mababeke phantsi izixhobo Bishop abantu lo myalelo baye abawuthobela na. Uthi uBishop akakayiboni loo nto.
Chair, this would appear as slide 50 of exhibit L for Limo, but I will invite the clip to be played forward so that the Bishop can be with me about these questions.
Bete thamba lapho lo ndawo lothina khona laba kayena zonke nanini noma nathina lokhombisa ukuthi thina yilwa.
No, tate, ngithe anginankinga nani ngifuna imkhonto nje.
Hey, sithi baba,
Ngifuna imkhonto. Ngifuna imkhonto. Phela. Yonke into manje mangingatholi imkhonto ngeke ngimdedele. Yeah. I think
Sir, the gentleman, I couldn't get exactly what he was saying, but I could hear the police because it was more louder. He said that all we want from you are the spears. and weapons. Yes, he said me konto, which is the spears. If I can only get the spears from you, then I will release you or I will let you go.
Chairperson, I'm quite sorry. I hear that the interpreter didn't hear it properly. If I could just request that the part that is said by what he calls the gentleman, in other words, one of the protesters, just be replayed for the benefit of the interpreter or the other interpreter who has seen it so many times can just interpret.
No, Chair.
it.
Mr. Mpofu will redirect.
Just to save time. But
As far as I remember, it was part of Exhibit Z that we saw the day before yesterday. It's one of the clips of the 13th. It was then interpreted to us, but in fairness, I think your request should be complied with.
Oh, Chair.
The bishop was not here.
Chairman, it's me. I think, Chair, with all due respect, Mr. Mpofu will have his opportunity to re-examine his witness. I don't want things that I don't want in my cross-examination. I want to remain focused with my cross. I want to point to things that are important for my case. And if Mr. Mpofu thinks there are elements which would balance that picture, he should know better than I do that he will do it.
Okay, carry on. You can have the opportunity to correct any misapprehension that may be created in
I know, Chair,
re-examination.
but I have to.
I've given by ruling, Mr. Mpofu.
Yeah. Well, Chairperson, can I just explain what I was doing? I'm not objecting or raising. All I'm saying is that it's not Mr. Semenya who said to the interpreter, please don't interpret that part. The interpreter simply said, I couldn't hear properly a particular part. So it's not as if it was by design.
If it's an important point, you can raise it again in re-examination. Let's proceed, Mr. Semenya.
Thank you, Chair. Can we play that video to the end?
The violence is the latest incident in a long-running dispute between the National Union of Mine Workers.
Bishop, what we saw there is a very, very militant group of people, you agree? You do?
No, I don't agree they were militant. I never saw them attacking anybody. Actually, what I saw, it's people being respectful of the officer. When he spoke to them, they sat down. That's a symbol of surrendering. And then, subsequent to that, they tried to avoid confrontation with him. They took a detour in order to get to where they were going. So I never saw any violence there. I did see people carrying weapons. Violence, I did not see.
I didn't talk about any violence, Bishop. I said they were militant.
Militancy, I didn't see it. I saw people carrying and sitting and walking. They never charged once at the police.
Bishop ke uyatsho into bakanga bona abantu abanoburhalarhume uye wabona abantu abaye bona ngenhlonipho bahlala phansi ngelixesha amapolisa ethetha nabo le nto bibonisa into banyana abantu bayazinikela ngoba bathena ko xa behamba bathatha enye indlela kodwa ke yena khanga babona abantu bebonisa uburhalarhume.
They are being addressed by General Mpembe, who is the Deputy Commissioner of Police in the province. It gets that high, who requests them, please put your weapons down. Did you hear that request?
I heard that.
Uthi umvumile kunye nojenena kanye uGeneral Mpembe ngokuphakamisa ilizwi esithi ndiyacela bekani phansi izixhobo zenu uBishop uthi uyivile leyo ndawo.
And he says to the group, I won't even arrest you if you leave these weapons where you are and you move on. You accept that?
I heard something to that effect. I don't know whether he said that, but he said something to that effect that I'll let you pass or something like that.
Uthi uke wayiva into elolo hlobo kodwa ke akazi ba yiyo ngqo naleyo kodwa uzamyeka agqithe kuloo nto leyo.
The fact is also that they disobeyed that instruction and went past the police formation that was around them. You can accept that.
I think they avoided confrontation. They then decided they would not do what the police is asking, but they will continue journeying to wherever they were going. I didn't hear them saying, we're not going to do what you're asking us. I didn't hear that. I saw them taking a detour, rather.
Uthi Bishop khange abave besithi bona asizoyenza lento uyicelayo kodwa endaweni yoko uye wabona abantu bephuma ngenye indlela.
Excuse my dismay, stated at its very lowest. The proposition I'm putting to you that is that a law enforcement officer is requesting them to put their weapons down and proceed where they choose. That lawful instruction was disobeyed. Do you want to debate that with me?
No, I can't debate it because obviously, even though I did not hear them saying they're not going to do what they've been asked to do, they proceeded on their journey.
Into ayithetha igqwetha into yoba nangona babexelele into yoba banikwa umyolelo lipolisa lomthetho into yoba babeke phantsi izixhobo zabo bahambe ke indlela zabo ezahlukileyo zange bawuthobele lo mthetho lowo. Ubishop akathi uthi akathethi loo nto kodwa zange abave besithi bona sizoyenza loo nto leyo kodwa baye baqhubekeka bahamba.
I could say they did not cooperate with the police. I could say that.
Uthi ke bengathi into yoba zange babe nentsebenziswano kunye namapolisa.
But I'm sponsoring a much further proposition that for them to avoid confrontation, the easiest would have been to put those weapons down and move away.
Excuse me, Chair. Excuse me, Chair. I don't intend to disrupt my learned friend's cross-examination. I think the fairest thing for any questions on that clip to have been put to this witness, for any inferences to be drawn therefrom.
Mr. Mayor, don't make a speech. If you're objecting to a particular question,
I am objecting, Chairman, to the questions that are put to the witness on the basis that what is in the clip is the entire thing. For instance, those very
I hear the objection. You don't have to make a speech.
Yes.
Mr. Semenya, what do you say about the objection? Can you reformulate the question in a way which avoids the objection?
No, that's what the witness said. He said they were avoiding confrontation when they did not obey the instruction. And the proposition I'm saying to the bishop, surely one of the easiest things to do to avert confrontation would be to put...
No, I heard what you said. The objection is that you should put to the witness that this is not necessarily a complete depiction of what happened because we see part of what happened, but there may be other parts we don't see. That's the basis of the objection. I would have thought that the question could be reformulated without particular prejudice to your side in a way that does away with the objection so we can carry on.
Chair, thank you. On what we see, the easiest thing for this group of people to avert confrontation would be to leave the weapons on the ground. Can you live with that as a proposition?
Mr. Chairman, with great respect, may I continue to object?
Rule your objection.
Can I object on another basis, Mr. Chairman?
Objection.
On the other basis is that, Mr. Chairman, I've got another objection, please, with great respect. Mr. Chairman, when it is put to a witness who does not know, who has not heard everything that had been said at that clip. And it is put on the basis that the easiest thing that those people could have done would simply to put their witness. It's unfair when we know, you and I know, that there were counter proposals that they made that could have avoided the confrontation.
Question that was put was, on what we see, do you agree? And I haven't got a problem with that. That was deliberately inserted to meet the objection that you raised earlier, which by implication was upheld. Mr. Semenya, please proceed.
What would be your answer, Bishop?
Just repeat the question, please.
On what we see, the easiest way in which further confrontation could have been avoided would have been by the group placing the weapons on the ground and moving.
You see, if I know what the conversation was all about, I'll probably agree with you. I don't know the context. I see people being asked to do that. In actual fact, I see only one image of a policeman facing a group of people. Now, if they meant to be militant and violent, I'm sure they would have charged at him. They're not charging at him. So I cannot speak on something I do not know. If you show me a picture, I have to know the context in which it was taken. I cannot just say, yes, this man was at the Durban beach, or he was at Sun City where they have got the waves. I can't say that.
Would it be a convenient stage to go to the beach, Chair, to take the lunch adjournment? I'm being flippant.
ugqiba ukutsho
We'll
naye
stay in
ke
Rustenburg, but we'll take the lunch adjournment.
But Mr. Manya, how can you ask me to say something on a given picture? Ngingazisuka kuleyo picture. Huh? No, it was okay.
explosive sounds, to disperse the protesters, discouraging from their intended path. With their dangerous weapons, a group of protesters turned around, charged the members behind them. Two of the members of the police who died at the scene were retreating and firing at their protesters with shotgun rubber bullets until they were overpowered and hacked to death. So that is the full account, as I understand it, according to the police, of what happened. So I think that the way you put it, obviously you were trying to be as brief as you could, but I think that what you put may have been not entirely fair reflection of what your own case is in that regard. And I think in fairness to the bishop, he's entitled to know that's effectively the police allegation in respect of the beginnings of that engagement between the protesters and the police on the 13th of August. I take it you accept that?
Chair, I do. Now, Bishop. They have no quibble with the police.
I don't know the facts. And therefore cannot support something that I don't know.
Bishop ke uthi ke ingxaki akayazi ba bekwenzeke ntoni njengoba umnumzana uSimenya bese gqiba ukuthi into kubana abasebenzi emgodini ababeqhankqalaza ngabantu bebengenakuthenjwa ngokuba khange babambelele kwisithembiso sabo sokuba kuza kwenzeka ntoni xa befika phaa kwikopi ngaphezulu. uBishop uthi ke yena akazi ngoba akazi babekwenzeke ntoni na.
What I seek to achieve, this is not a peaceful protest as the law understands it. Do you accept that? That's the thrust of my proposition.
I couldn't agree with you because I didn't see anybody attacking anybody. From the slide that you have shown me, they are asking the police commissioner, please escort us back to the copy. So I can't answer the question.
Uthi uBishop akakwazi uphendula lo mbuzo xa kuthiwa ke aba bantu abaya bebengaqhankqalazi ngendlela eyobonisa ukuba banoxolo. Bishop uthi ke yena akakwazi ukuthi ke lo mbuzo njalo awuphendule ngoba ngendlela abone ngayo khange abone bantu bahlasela.
Can I invite you to have a look at Exhibit L? The evidence, Bishop, will be that what you're looking at is a consequence of this group of people, moments after the videos that we saw. And I'm saying this cannot be conduct of a peaceful protest. Do you agree, Bishop?
Well, if they're the ones that assaulted these people, I agree.
Uthi ke uBishop ke xa iboniswa ezi photo ezi ukuba into eyenzeke emva kwexeshana le video bidla lapha lanto bisenzeka apha uthi ayinyani ukuba kwenzeke lento nyani lento ayibonisa into abantu ababeqhankqalaza ngocwangco ngoxolo.
You must remember that I said that one of the things that made me to go to the copy the first day is what I learned from the media.
No, I accept that,
the
Bishop.
death of those people, but my experience is with the people on the 16th. So if these died before then, I didn't see them on the television. I heard that people were killed, and I see now that these are the men that were murdered.
Uthi ke uBishop yena into yenza ukuthi makaye phaa kwikopi ngenxa yento eyenzeke ngokusweleka kwabantu abeswelekile kodwa into ayayoba nolwazi wayibona ngile yenzeke nge-16 ngoba iTV le miboniso okanye ezi foto zilapha zange zivezwe khona koko kodwa uyazibona ngoku ezi foto ezi.
But you see, when you look at slide number 50, and contrast that slide with the following slides, they don't really speak to each other, do they?
Xa ijonge phaa kule foto eka-50 kunye nezinye ezilandelayo, akukho kuqhagamshelana okanye indlela ezidibana ngayo ngoluhlu okanye isehlakalo.
Can I, Bishop, take refuge behind the power for your opinion? If the evidence is what I have shown you, you would condemn in the most strongest this type of behavior by the protesters?
No, I don't do that. I'm saying that my experience of the 16th, as I said on the first day, was of people on the copy there, and there was no violence.
I accept that, Bishop. I'm putting this as a hypothesis.
Okay.
Should evidence reveal this to be the conduct of the group of protesters, it would meet with your strongest condemnation. That's what I'm asking.
Yes.
Utheke uBishop uyavuma into yokuba ukuba ubungqina bungavezwa apha enkundleni kuthiwe thaxa kubonakalise ebonisa uba lento into yenziwe ngabaqhankqalazi uthi uBishop ke ngayo yonke into anayo nayiyo uya kuyigxeka yonke loo nto leyo.
The one thing screaming about your statement, Bishop, is that it is not critical of the conduct of the protesters. Is that a fair reading of your statement?
It could be said, it says that because I had not experienced any negative behavior then. What you're saying to me is what happened prior to my visitation. I'd learned from television, people had died, and in order to prevent further deaths, further confrontation, we felt the church must intervene.
Utheke uBishop yena ngelixesha wayephaya zange kubekho ukungaziphathi kakuhle kwabaqhankqalazi abengathetha ngako njengoba bebuzwa ligqwetha into okubana indlela kukhupha ngayo ubungqina bakhe akukho apha abonisa into yoba ugxeka izenzo zabaqhankqalazi uBishop njengoba itshilo uBishop nta yinto esiyibone eTVini lena esenze saya phaa kuyo laa ndawo.
I need to say though that subsequent to the 16th, when we learned that the workers were being accused of violence, I personally went to the field there, and I said to them, gentlemen, you are being accused of violence, and I'm asking you, those of you who have weapons that are life-threatening should refrain from doing that. And I was assured by that community that their objective of being there is to negotiate a salary, and therefore they would not allow themselves to be blamed of violent behavior. That much I know, because I did address it when it came to my notice.
Ucheke uBishop into yokuba waya ke phaa ethafeni wayokudibana kunye nabaqhankqalazi wacela into yokubana njengoba bachazela uba bekukho isikhalazo esikhoyo ngabo waze wathi kubo aba kuni baphethe izixhobo ezinobungozi zingakhokhisa ubomi bomntu okanye zingenza umntu abe nobungozi ucela bazibeke phansi uthi ke baye bamqinisekisa okanye bamthembisa nabantu ukuthi kuzoba njalo.
That's why I say to you, Chair, I believe that if I were given the chance to go with management or the police and engage the men at the copy, that day of the 16th would have been different to what it became at the end. I believe that because of the respect and the behavior they showed to me when I engaged with them.
Uthi ke uBishop ilonto besithi yena ukuba ke wayephiwe ithuba ngala mhla akhatshwe ngamapolisa uthi ke ilonto besithi lento yenzekileyo ngekwenzeka into yahlukeleyo kole yenzekileyo ngokuba abaqhankqalazi bayamhlonipha yena uBishop.
I'll test with you a little later, but for now, can I move to a different point?
Thank you.
That your assessment of the provincial commissioner and her conduct behavior on the day is unflattering. Did I hear correctly about on that point?
Say that again.
I say your assessment of the conduct of the provincial commissioner is somewhat unflattering. You are not impressed by her.
I think it was unbecoming. I thought that for a senior person like that to leave us standing when we have been brought to her was unbecoming. As I said earlier on, I would have expected some kind of respect for civilians that had come as messengers.
Into ayithethileyo ke uBishop into yokuba uCommissioner ahambe abashiye into ayenze engakhange ithandeke leyo ngamanye amazwi ngoba njengoba bebezile bona bezizithunywa beye apho kanye bengabathunywa ukuthi yena vela abashiye nje ahambe aphume kubo into engazange ibe enhle okanye into engalunganga le awayenzayo uCommissioner.
Well, you use even much stronger words like unbecoming, disrespectful. When the police commissioner testifies, she will tell the commission she could never have meant any disrespect to you, Bishop.
I would appreciate that.
Uthi ke no commissioner xa ezawuza apha njengobishop esebenzisa amazwi arhabaxa into yokuba uye wajongelwa phantsi okanye wadelelwa uthi ke yena uzawuza apha ucommissioner azochaza apha enkundleni into yokuba ukungahloniphi okanye ukudelela ubishop bengasoyinjongo yakhe leyo.
I want to share with you what was in her plate, and maybe you would be a little forgiving if you know those facts, Bishop.
Uthi befunda uzambonisa into yoba izicwangciso zakhe uCommissioner beyintoni mhlawumbe emva kokuba ova ezo zinto ezo uBishop uzawuba nendlela amxolela ngayo uCommissioner uthi Bishop kulungile.
After very protracted attempts at dissuading the people from the arms they had, after loss of life of 10 people, after the undertaking that the 16th, by 9 o'clock, the group will be disarmed, after the deployment of a whole contingent of various units, the command had taken that by 15:30, the people will have to be forcefully disarmed using a continuum. Do you have that background?
Yes, I've heard about it now. Okay. Nobody ever explained that to me before.
Uthi ke igqwetha xa liwuthi thaxa umba ngaphambili into yokuba into ebiyisicwangciso nguCommissioner into yokuba emva kokubana bezamile ukucenga abantu nokuthi babeke phansi izixhobo ezo and kwaye emva kokuba bekusidlulile isihlakalo apho bekusoleke abantu abalishumi khona nokuthi le yokuthi abantu ngemhla we-16 August bazabe bebeke phansi izixhobo phansi iphanzile lonto leyo nokuthi emva kobo bazothathwa izixhobo zabo nasemva kokuba kukhutshwe amapolisa bephuma kwi-units ezininzi into ebebekade begqibe kuyinto kubana ngecala emva kwentsimbi yesithathu emini bazawuthatha izixhobo zabo ngokuthi batsitswe ngalamanzi akwican.
The disarming was to happen at 13:30, which was later deferred because Mr. Mtunjo was addressing the people. I'm just adding that dimension to the set of facts, Bishop. Are you with me?
Yes, I'm listening.
Uthi ke ilonto ke yokuba bebekufuneke bathathelwe izixhobo ngecala emva kwentsimbi yesithathu yaye yalibaziseka ngenxa yento yokuba yena umnumzana uMathunjwa wayethetha nesihlwele.
There is also inside you, Bishop, around 13:47, addressing the group, long beyond the time which was thought by the police prudent to disarm the crowd.
I didn't know that, but I was there at the time that you indicate.
Uthi uBishop bengayazi uba ngelo xesha likhankanyiweyo bekufuneka amapolisa abe kanti athathe izixhobo ebantwini ngalo uBishop ngelo xesha naye besaxakekile ethetha nabantu uBishop ke ngoku uthi bengayazi lonto leyo kodwa ke into ayivuma into ba ngelo xesha naye bephaya belapho kuloo ndawo.
Because of the fluid nature of the situation, even the decided time of 15:30 to disarm, the police also relaxed that as well.
Appreciate that.
Uthi ke ngenxa yokuba lento biyenzaka lo mbhodamo bephayana namapolisa ayiyeka ke le nto yokuthi ngecala emva kwentsimbi yesithathu emini bazawuhlwitha okanye bayenza abantu ukuthi ngenkani babeke phantsi izixhobo zabo. uBishop uyayivuyela naleyo.
And by the time you were in the jog, that was closer to 4 o'clock now.
Maybe.
Uthi uBishop mhlawumbi ngeli xesha bekujob mhlawumbi bekungaphambi okanye intsimbi yesine beyisezawubetha.
The anxiety with the police is that now Sunset is going to be closing in on an operation this big. Will you factor that as well, Bishop?
You would say that, but it was summertime. By that time, it was still broad daylight.
Uthi ke nento ibikade iphazamise amapolisa yinokubana sekuza kuba ngorhatya lonto bi and then lento yenzekayo yinto enkulu nayo. uBishop, can you repeat your answer? The reply? Okay, uBishop uthile into yokubana ke impendulo yakhe babekusesehlotsheni ngela xesha bekusesehlobo bekusakhanya ngela xesha.
I believe there was still an opportunity to be seized, to engage with the workers before dark fell on us.
Uthi bekusekhona ithuba lokubana kungayiwa kubo abasebenzi phambi kokubana kube mnyama.
I appreciate your view. I just want to give you the other side of the picture, Bishop, that at the very least, time was an important factor in the operation according to the police.
Yeah, but I don't think we should be driven by time. I think we should be driven by reason. There was a reason for us to consider the request of the people who were desperate to hear a person who employs them speaking to them about their plight. Time, it could have been midnight, really, if you are requested to come and as a priest, I get calls any time of the day, of the night. There's a person here who has been beaten. Could you come and say some prayers for it? I don't hesitate to do that, so long as I'm assured that my security is guaranteed.
Into ayitshoyo uBishop into kubana aba bantu bebefuna kuviwe isicelo sabo nokuthi ixesha into ebalulekileyo into esijongile isibalulekile apha sisizathu ngoba noba bekusezinzulwini zobusuku ngoba naye njengonkokheli yezakwalizwi uyakwazi ukuthi afowunelwe noba ngeliphi ixesha umuntu amcele into yokubana kukho into eyenzekileyo ndicela kubekho umuntu ozawuza uzomthandazela ubishop uthi xa ezibona bukhuselekile uyayenza naye into enjalo.
The fact that people had died already previously on the 13th, it's all the reason why we should have reasoned together as to how we can prevent further conflict and death of people.
Uthi nalento kuba bekusekusele kusweleke abantu abalishumi bekufuneke kudityaniswe amathambo engqondo kuviwane into kuba ngeziphi izinyathelo ezingathathwa ukwenzela into kubana ukukufa kungaqhubekeki.
All, Bishop, I'm inviting you to do is to say that you can concede to have no knowledge in policing and to defer to the expertise of those involved in a multidisciplinary unit, as was the case on the day. That's all I'm asking you.
That's true. I do.
I didn't get that one. Can you please, Mr. Semenya, repeat?
That to defer, a bishop, that you don't have police expertise to interrogate the appropriateness or otherwise of the police conduct when it happened the way it did.
Uchilo ke na umnumzana uSimenya into kuba ubishop ayingcutshe ekwazini indlela amapolisa aye asiphatha ngayo kuba akanagunya lokuba angatsho into amapolisa aye asiphatha njani ngendlela ethe enza ngayo amapolisa. Ubishop uthi uvumelana kunye no Mnumzana uSimenya.
Kodwa ngiyazi futhi ukuthi ukubekezelana nokukhulumisana kuyayixazulula inkinga.
But I also know that being patient with each other and talking together can bring about a solution to a problem.
Can I then invite you to deal with your communication with the provincial commissioner? She has no recollection of the conversation you testified about being civil and whether she is by affinity and Mbombo, etc. You recall that evidence?
I can believe that because she was a very troubled person.
Yes.
I can believe that. But a person of stature and responsibility should be trained to be calm in a situation of that nature. And in fact, where she was, there was nothing threatening there. The threat would have been on the copy, not where she was.
Bishop utsho into ba bebonakala engumntu ohluphekile ekhathazekile emoyeni wakhe uthi njengomntu wesikhundla kuso noxanduva analo bekufuneka bekanti uhlise umoya wakhe ngokuba kulaa ndawo bekuyo bekungakho nto singathi iyarogrisa okanye iyoyikisa ngokuba bengakho sekupi ngelaa xesha.
No, but Bishop, seriously now, the threat was of the most acute form to law and order that had been building up from the 9th and culminating at that time with the death of 10 people. So it is not a light matter, I want to suggest to you.
No, it's not light, sir, and I'm not making it light, and I would never do. The fact is, my experience at the copy, right down to the command station, there was nothing reported that indicated there was violence. Talking to the commissioner, she didn't say people are attacking. All I observed was just frantic movement of various people there. And she was then standing with me, and then she went back. Then people started even moving much faster up and down. and the helicopters took off. So there was no indication up to that moment in my knowledge that there was an attack, that there was violence. The picture I had is of the men at the copy, some sitting down, some standing and singing.
Uthi ke uBishop into yewazibonela yona njengokuba wayeme naye zi-helicopter inqolodaka ezazibhabha ngaphezulu nabantu abekade besihla benyuka engatsho ngamanye amazwi uBishop ba le nto ithatha engathi into encinci le yenzekileyo njengoba kuchaziwe into okubana into bikhathaza okanye ibigrogrisa kakhulu uCommissioner into okubana ingathi ngoku umthetho kunye nocwangco bizizinto esisichengeni ngelo xesha.
Bishop, can I put this to you, and please correct me if I'm wrong because it's a little important for me. At no stage do you say to the provincial commissioner, I am here to diffuse this impasse?
I didn't use those words, but words that alluded to that could be true. That I am here as a messenger of the men at the copy who request that they should be addressed by umqashi.
uBishop uthi ke lamazwi besetyenziswa ngu Mr Simenya lokuba uBishop beye pha into kuba azokwazi ukuthi lemeko ize idambe okanye isombulule khangasebenzise lo mazwi kodwa ibinto efana naleyo lebe yokuyenza njengoba betshilo into bayena ungumthunywa othunyiweyo ngabantu abasekopini pha bafuna ukuthi umqeshi ayothetha nabo.
So my appeal to the commissioner would have indicated that there is no violence up there, but people were sitting down, as I saw in one of the slides, when the policeman was addressing them. They showed some respect. They sat on the ground. They listened to what he was saying and asked that they be escorted back to the copy. I think the same attitude would have prevailed if we had gone back to the copy.
Uthi ke yena ibisicelo sakhe nje into kubana kuyiwe umqeshi ayokuthatha pha uBishop uthi ke njengoba ibonisile nevideo into kubana njengoba bebeceliwe amapolisa nabo baye bahlala phansi bamamela uthi uba bephiwe ithuba ukuba aye pha ukholwa uba yilento engeyenzekile uba bebeye pha uBishop bayothetha nabo.
Bishop, I'm saying this is the first time since you are giving evidence that you say you conveyed that to the provincial commissioner.
Because I'm answering a question that was asked to me. But all along I've been saying exactly why I went there. All along. I've not changed my statement at all.
No, I'm not accusing you of that. I'm saying that is what you said. You said to the Lomin people.
Yes.
Not to what you said to the provincial commissioner.
Just say that again.
You testified about conveying that message to the Lonmin people. I'm saying as best as I recall, it is the first time only now that you say you conveyed that request to the provincial commissioner.
Why would the commissioner say to me, you can negotiate anything with the management, but security non-negotiable? Because I'd put my case, I'd explained as to why we were there, and that was her response. You must recall that I also said, when she looked troubled to me, very anxious, in a panic state, I tried to calm her down by introducing a conversation that was unrelated to our mission.
Okay.
Akuthiwa ke xa kuthiwa uBishop Ngone eqala uveza lo mba ngoba indlela ayithetha ngayo uthe into ethethe kubantu baselomini leyo hayi ku-provincial. Into ayithethileyo ke yena uBishop into yokubana benaye u-provincial commissioner ngoba njengoba bechazile uBishop into yoba naye njengoba benaye bethetha naye bebonakala ingumntu ophazamisekileyo kakhulu wazama ke uBishop ukwenza ukuthi makahlise umoya.
Lastly, Bishop, well, maybe before that,
I was getting to almost said thank you.
Obviously, you would know that the South African Police Service will seek to persuade the Commission and will argue that it had come to a point where disarming the men in the copy, it had come to a point where negotiation, persuasion had failed. To invoke what is called stage 3.
Through you, Chairperson. You see, Senior Counsel, I was not negotiating there. All I was appealing for is a space for the two parties to create so that they can interact with each other. That's all I was trying to provide. That there's an opportunity to engage each other on the issue that has caused this stalemate. And I believe if the opportunity had been taken, the day would have ended differently.
Okay, I take it that's your opinion,
Into ayitshoyo ke uBishop into yokubana njengoba besitshilo umnumzana uSimenya into yokuba kunqanaba lesithathu bese kugqithiwe ngokuba inzame zamapolisa zokuba abantu babeke phansi isixhobo beziphanzile. uBishop uthi yena befuna nje unikwa ithuba ukuthi lamaqela amabini bakwazi ukuthi bathethisane. Uthi into beyifuna nje inye nje ukuthi makanikwe elo thuba ngoba ukholwa into bana babe kwenzeke njalo lento yenzekileyo ngengenzekanga.
Okay, at page 1368 of the transcript against line 10, this is you speaking.
What page is that?
1368.
1368. Yes, thank you.
Soon after entering the highway, the cell phone rang, and I answered it because the General Secretary was driving and I was a passenger in the car. And upon answering the cell phone, the voice on the other side in Xhosa language, he was saying, there's a translation, "Bishop, where are you? We are being killed by the police." This was in isiXhosa language, words to that effect, but it was clear, we are being killed, and where are you? This was between 4, a little after 4 to 4:30, and I could hear on the cell phone that there was some shooting going on there. There was some noise, whether from the helicopter, and the screams of people, and of course the phone went dead. Now, the evidence is going to be that if this is reference to scene 1, the shooting occurred in approximately 8 seconds. Reverend, you can't contest that, can you?
Just say that again.
The evidence will be that if you are referring to scene 1, that shooting occurred in 8 seconds. That is, I've asked the question longer than the shooting occurred.
I don't know. All I know is that I received a call and the voice on the other side spoke to me and it went dead. That much I know. Never looked at the time.
That you heard them screaming.
I didn't hear singing, I had some screams.
Screaming.
Yes, screaming and sounds of like boo, 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 or something like that. So I don't know.
Uthi Bishop into yokuba akayazi xa exelelwa kuMnumzana uSimenye into yokuba udubulo olwenzekileyo luye lathatha imizuzwana esibhozo ngoba uthe yena Bishop xa echaza kwi-statement sakhe bathe behamba kunye no-General Secretary bengene kuhola wendlela watsalelwa umnxeba kwi-cellphone yakhe kuthiwa Bishop uphi siyafa uthi emva koko ayavakala kwakhona elo lizwi elo kanye ifoni yavele yacima kodwa ke into ayithethileyo uBishop into yoba uthi uvile ingxolo engayazi into yokubana kukungxola kwembumbuli okanye ibiyihelicopter ebhabha phezulu.
Bishop, this account, if it really relates to scene 1, I would argue does not square with the objective evidence.
I will reply by saying I don't know whether it was scene 1 or scene 2 or scene 3. I'm not aware of the scenes. I only know what happened at that particular time.
Uthi ke uBishop yena akanalwazi into yokubana ngobungqina bakhe ibi sisahlakalo soqala okanye sisesibini na kodwa into ayeziyo into yokuba le nto ayithethayo into eyenzekileyo.
Those are all the questions I have, Bishop. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you too.
Thank you, Mr. Semenya. Any cross-examination from the side of NUM?
Very briefly, Mr. Chair, thank you. Bishop, I would like to get some clarification from you on just one aspect of the statement that you've made, and that concerns paragraph 29 of it. Your statement, of course, being Exhibit M.
Yes.
It may be convenient if I just read it out, then everybody knows what I'm dealing with. It reads as follows. It was their firmly held view that the element of violence was sparked by the alleged shooting of protesters by NUM officials on 11 August 2012, when they had marched to voice their dissatisfaction with the performance of that union. That's the end of the passage.
Yeah.
Now, Bishop, it is, of course, very clear, as you've told us a few times, you were not there before 16 August 2012, and you have no personal knowledge of any of the preceding events, including those on 11 August.
Yes.
And I'm not...
Bishop into yokubana wayengekho phambi komhla we-16 za-August akazi nezahlakalo ezenzekileyo ngaphambi komhla we-16 ku-August.
And the few questions that I'm going to put to you now have nothing to do with the truth or otherwise of what might have been conveyed to you on the 16th of August.
Okay.
I'm merely concerned to be certain that we have the, as far as you can, your evidence in full of what was conveyed to you. Firstly, where you say it was their firmly held view, that would be a reference, would it, to the 6, 7, or 8 persons to whom you spoke, the leadership group, as you've described them?
Yes.
Then perhaps I should just ask you to give us any fuller description of what they had said to you, if you can, or I can put a few questions about the format of your statement in this regard.
Two things. One, the music that was being sung there was showing some resentment and hostile behavior towards NUM. The second thing, when they said that they were returning from the company unarmed and that NUM shot at them, I said to them, I don't believe that, because I would not expect a union to shoot at its people, as much as I would not expect parents to kill their children. And so, but they were very firm about that. And as I said, that they said NUM started it all. They were unarmed at the time.
Into ayithethayo ke uBishop into kubana into inkcazelo abamnike yona ezankokheli into kubana into oqala owayibonayo kukuculwa kwamagwijo okanye ingoma ezazibonisa umsindo nokungaxoli. Okwesibini babetshilo into yokuba bona baye badutyulwa ngabantu beNUM and kwaye ngelo xesha bona babengaphathanga zixhobo. Ngokuba ngoku uBishop uthi yena wathi akayikholwa loo nto leyo ngokuba bengalindelanga into yoba into enjalo ingenzeka ngokuba nomzali akanawukwazi ukuthi adubule okanye ahlasele umntana wakhe.
Bishop, the singing to which you have just referred us, or the anti-NUM songs that you've described, were those coming from the crowd as a whole, not from the leadership persons to whom you were speaking?
You'll recall that I said some men were singing, some were seated down, and the leadership was sitting just over the road there. So the music was coming from the crowd.
Uthi ke biyindimpane lena yabantu ibicula ngokuba yena bethetha nenkokheli kodwa abantu bebehleli besasazekile ngoba zazihleli kwelinye icala inkokheli kodwa yayisisihlwele esisasicula ezingoma.
That singing was independent of your discussion with the leadership group.
It had nothing to do with the leadership.
Uthi ke kwacula bengenanto kwenza nenkokheli eziya.
Now, Bishop, you've referred specifically in this paragraph to 11 August 2012. Do you recall that that was the date that was mentioned by the group to you as the one on which this, the shooting incident had taken place?
The paragraph in my statement.
Yes. I beg your pardon?
Just repeat your question.
Yes, I will, certainly. In paragraph 29 of your statement, the one that I've read out, you refer specifically to the date 11 August 2012. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the question is merely this: do you recall that that date was mentioned to you by the leadership group to whom you were speaking?
I recall that.
Uthi uyakhumbula kuBishop into bana lo mhla baye bawukhankanya inkokheli ngeli xesha sazithethe naye ezimchazela ngesehlakalo esenzeke ngomhla we-11 ku-August.
You say when they had marched, was that a march to the employer's office, to Lonman's office, or a march to the NUM office?
From the employer's offices.
Uthi ke ngeli xesha babekade ke bematsha babesiya ke kwi-ofisi zomqeshi.
Did you understand that they were saying to you that they had left Lonman's office and had then proceeded on a march towards the NUM office?
Yes.
Right, I'll continue. I was giving the interpreter an opportunity, but...
Yes. Can you repeat that one with all due respect? Sorry very much, Mr. Tip.
Yes,
sorry.
My pleasure. I had just put to the bishop the question whether he had understood that the march of the strikers or protesters, however they may be called, had proceeded from the Lonman office towards the NUM office. And that was the occasion at which this incident of alleged shooting had taken place.
Xa ebuzwa ngolwazi labantu bebekade besiwa kwi-office zeNUM besiya ngakwi-Lonmin ngoba kwixesha apho ke ngoku bekuthiwa isehlakalo senzeke ngalo ngeli xesha.
Your statement then proceeds with this description, evidently intended by you to set out their intention, and I refer to these words, to voice their dissatisfaction with the performance of that union.
Yes.
Utsho ke into yabo befuna ukuyenza kukuveza imibono yabo ngokungaxoli ngalo union leyo.
Now that, I'm sure that that was not the language that they used to you. That's presumably a précis or your own words. Can you tell us quite how they put that across to you? What was it that they were dissatisfied with?
Chair, bathi bebeye enkampaneni ngoba inum ingakwazanga kuba ibakhulumele kubaqashi bayo.
They said they had gone to the company because NUM failed to speak on their behalf to their employers
Nokubatholela lezi zinto abazifunayo.
and also to have their demands met.
Ngakho ke uma sebebuya laphana, if I recall well, they've been told that the union represents them and in company ifuna ke ukukhuluma neNUM.
If I remember very well, then when they got there, they were told that they were represented by the NUM or the union and that the company wanted to talk to NUM.
But I cannot say who said that.
Kodwa andikwazi ukutsho ngoku into yoba la mazwi athethwe ngubani na.
But it was clear to you that, that they felt that NUM had not advanced their demands with the vigor that they had expected.
That's what they informed me.
Utsho ke neNUM babesithi iyaphanza ukuveza into yokuba izicelo okanye imfuno zabo yintoni ngokwale ndlela babecinga uba iza kwenzeka ngalo. Uyavumelana noBishop uthi kunjalo.
Thank you, Chair.
Any cross-examination from the side of AMCU?
Yes, Chairperson. On behalf of Bob Crew, would like to have some few questions.
AMCU, anyone, any cross-examination from the side of AMCU?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm standing in for Mr. Brainders, and I'll put a few questions. And of course, for the families. Thank you, Mr.
You're going to
Chairman.
cross-examine for AMCU in Mr. Brainerd's behalf and also for
For the families.
For the families, yes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, please proceed.
Thank you. Archbishop, it has been, I say Archbishop, maybe you should have been one.
It's a good promotion.
I've been told that I'm wearing purple in identification with you, because you are also wearing purple. But I really need to put a couple of questions to you, because there are sections that I really want to clear insofar as it relates to your evidence and what you say you went there to do.
Uyatsho ke ugqwetha utata uNtsebenza into kubana njengoba besechazile into yoba uyafaniselana kunye noBishop ngokunxiba kodwa ke ufuna ukumbuza imibuzo kobu bungqina ebesebuthe cha ngaphambi kwenkundla uBishop.
Chair, Chair, am I allowed to take my jacket off? Okay. Thank you very much.
He wants the purple to show, man.
I was actually not aware that people were. Sorry. I wouldn't do that.
Bishop, I understand your evidence essentially to be that you came on the 16th of August there because you had seen either in the media and you had become acquainted with what had happened at Marikana, and you thought, because of your experience in conflict resolution, you might assist at finding a solution. Is that a fair summary of why you went there?
Yes, it is a fair summary why I went there. If I may just put a preamble to it. Last night at about 10, I was already in bed because I've been advised that if you're going to testify, you need to sleep early. My cell phone rang, and the person on the other side says to me, Bishop, I'm very troubled about what is going on in the world. I said, well, there are many things happening now. What really troubles you? He said, is the issue of the Israelites and the Palestinians. And I'm calling you to find out if we shouldn't be having a public rally of solidarity. And I said, it's difficult if you talk about solidarity because there are two factions there. Which side are we going to be standing with? Mm. And he said, no, we need to think about that. And I said, well, it's a difficult one, but I'm committed to it. We will talk about it. And so it's not like it's something that does not happen in one's life to be asked to intervene and to do something about the situation that presents itself at a particular time. And that's exactly what I've been trying to say motivated me to come to Marikana. We've seen what is happening in Israel right now on the television and the newspapers, and the people talking about it. And I think it's similar a situation really to me.
Ngokufutshane ke uchazile ukuthi Bishop into eyenzeke ngokuya kwakhe eMarikana wakukubona emaphepheni kumaphephandaba kunye nakumabonakude into eyenzekileyo ngenxeba enolwazi ekuziseni uxolo uye wenza ngolu hlobo wenza umzekelo ke nasebusuku ngokuhlwa ngoba kukho umuntu omcebise wathi kuye xa ufuna uhambe uyokhupha ubungqina bakho kufuneka ulale kuselixesha ngoko ke uthi uye wafonelwa wafumana umnxeba emntwini imcela into yokubana ucela ke into yokuba babe neqhankqalazo oluthile abanalo bethetha ke ngalomba wasePalestina nasesirayeli ngenxa yale nto iyenzekayo. Bishop wathi ke andiyichasanga ke kodwa into enjalo kodwa ikhona imiba ekufuneka siyijongisise kodwa ke ndinawe kule nto ukhathazeka ngayo.
So you're absolutely right there.
Ngoko ke ndivumelana nawe kuyo loo nto usando uyithetha.
Yes, in fact, that leads me to my next observation, and that would be, as I understand your evidence, you were not there at the invitation of any body, certainly not at the invitation of the union that my colleague represents, AMCO. You had not been invited by AMCO.
I was not invited by anybody, and nobody asked me to do that. I had had this sleepless night before, thinking about what I had seen and read about, and concerned about the debts, and wanting to prevent further debts.
Uthi ke uBishop akho mntu wammemayo zange amenywe naye AMCO into yokuba makahambe aye phaa kodwa kwabakho ixesha apho wayengakwazi ukulala ebusuku ekhathazekile ngokufa okungaka kwabantu yiyo ke into eyamenza athathe inyathelo awalithathayo.
Rather, I invited people to come with me, and that's how the General Secretary accompanied me.
Uthi ke into awayenza yena yayikukumema abantu uBishop ukuthi bamkhaphe bahambe naye yiyo ke indlela uGeneral Secretary awakhapha ngayo uBishop ekuyeni apho.
Indeed, when you came to the mountain, you found a group of people, mainly workers, who I think it is uncontestable now, belonged to NUM and AMCO, and probably others who did not belong to any union at all. It was just a group of workers.
That's true.
uthi Bishop inyani ekuyeni kwakhe phaa wadibana nabanye abantu abakwi-union noma abanye bekwi-AMCO abanye beyingabantu nje abangena-union kodwa ibiliqela elithile labantu.
And in view of what we had seen on television and heard about deaths that had occurred to that point, and when you came to the mountain, according to your statement, there was a heavy police presence, you must have realized that this situation was tense and needed skill to deal with.
Indeed.
Uyavumelana ke into yokuba uBishop njengoba kwakho amapolisa ingxaki le ebingapha kwamandla ibifuna nyani ochwepheshe ibe ngabo incutshe ezisebenza ngayo.
But my faith persuaded me to seek this opportunity and to use it to protect further loss of life.
Uthi ke ukholo lakhe lulo olamnyanzela into kubana makafune lithuba into bazokwazi ke ukuthi kunqandeke okanye kungaqhubekeki ukubhubha kwabantu.
And as we have already heard, you went to the mountain for the first time unescorted. I will not get into the detail as to whether it was 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock. But you went there for the first time unescorted.
That's true.
Uthi uBishop ukuya kwakho kokuqala wayengakhatshwa akho umuntu wayemkhapha.
And you state in your statement that one of the reasons for that was that you wanted to be sure that you get the trust of the protesters and that your independence as a potential mediator would not be compromised.
My experience has taught me in such situations that you should not be understood or be confused as having taken sides. And so your independence is very crucial in developing trust.
Uthi ke waya njalo uBishop njengomuntu ozimeleyo wayengafuni ukubonakala ingathi ukuthatha amacala ukwenzile azokwazi ukuthi athenjwe ngabantu kanye ngabaqhankqalazi.
That's why we avoided contact with anybody in that context until we engaged with the workers.
Uthi lonto ke zangafune ukubana ndibano nabanye abantu kuze kufikelelo xesha wayedibana khona kunye nabasebenzi kanye abaqhankqalazi.
Which actually led me to say to you, sir, that the fact that the police who were present there did not stop us, it tells me that the place had not at that time been cordoned off by the police.
Uthi ke nangelento kuba amapolisa angamnqandi amyeke ahambe ngelo xesha uBishop into emenza into ba uBishop akholelwe into kuba ngekolo xesha amapolisa bebengekabhengezi bebengekatsho into kuba la ndawo indawo ephansi kolawulo lamapolisa.
Yes. Now, I don't want to be bogged down about when exactly the cordoning off of the place took place. The situation, as I understand it, is that you come there as a man of God and you see that there is a window of opportunity to avoid further spilling of blood. Is that a correct assessment of your?
That's true.
Of your attitude?
Uthi ke yena njengendoda yakwaThixo waya khona ukuzama into kuba ukunqanda into ba ukungaqhubekeki ukuchitheka kwegazi.
As a person who is experiencing conflict management, would you agree with me, and you will correct me if I'm putting a wrong proposition, that patience is one of the ingredients that any would-be negotiator should have in trying to resolve, particularly a potentially explosive situation?
Yes, sir, that's exactly what I said to Senior Counsel Semenya that ukubekezela nokukhulumisana kuna mandla okuqeda udlame nokungezwani ongabe kukhona.
It is just like I said to advocate Semenya data patience and talking or cooperation. It has enough power to resolve the misunderstanding.
And diffuse the conflict.
Diffuse conflict as well.
And your evidence is that notwithstanding whatever attempts could have been made by the SAPS at resolving the dispute, notwithstanding whatever could have been done by Lawn Mill to resolve the dispute, having come to the scene on the 16th, you were proposing that you be given an opportunity to see if your intervention could not bear fruit.
Through you, Chair, yes, sir. You must recall that up to that point, the church had not been involved. And therefore, it should have been seen as a neutral institution coming in to do that which it does best, that is creating a peaceful atmosphere.
Utingela xesha ke ubishop njengoba befuna ukwenza inzame ezawusisa isiqhamo icawa ibandla bengekaphiwa ithuba lokuba lize lizozisa ukuxolelaniswa okanye ukuvana.
And is it your evidence, based on an impression that you had, that firstly, management at Lawn Mill had apparently reached a stage where they did not want to negotiate with the workers at the copy?
Well, honestly, I must repeat it again. There was hostility, there was anger, there was strong language that was used, and it was not necessary, especially because we had come and declared our intention. We had come as messengers to relay the message that Umkashe must go and engage with the workers. And so what we had there and experienced is not what one would expect from a person who is in pain and who is seeking a solution to ease that pain or to end that pain.
Uthi ke into abayifumanayo ke uBishop ngoku babe kumqeshi into abayifumanayo yaba yintiyo yaba zizithuko nomsindo abawubonayo and bengalindelanga lonto kubantu bebekade befuna ukuthi nabo bazise isisombululo kulonyewe.
Was it your firm impression, again you'll correct me if I'm wrong, that when you got there, the management at Lawn Mill seemed to have made up their mind that they will not deal with whom they considered to be criminals and people who break the law?
That's not my impression, that's what they told me. And that was my experience of the management at that particular time.
Now, in some of the questions that were put to you on behalf of Lawn Mill, there was what I understood to be an attempt to put something else which was not as strong as you put what was said to you. That there never was stated to you that they will not deal with the people there because they are criminals. Do you still maintain your view that you were told that those people were engaged in criminal activity and therefore they could not be dealt with?
I do.
Uthi usatsho ke yena uBishop into yokuba bathi abantu bona abasoze bathethisane nabantu abazizigilamkhuba, abantu bophula umthetho ngamanye amazwi.
Now, Mr. Chairman, I don't know where this statement is, but I've been told it has been discovered. It's a statement which purports to be by Mr. Peter Fanyana Kwadi. The copy I have is unsigned. And it's a witness statement. And I do not know whether the evidence leaders can find the statement.
Suggest you proceed with it in the meanwhile, and when we resume tomorrow morning, perhaps you'll be able to give us more details so we can identify it more precisely. But let's not waste time, just carry on with it.
Thank you,
It's
Mr.
safe for the time being.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Apparently, there is a copy that is available that Mr. Kwadi, or Kwadi, Peter Fanyan Kwadi, in paragraph 9.7 of his statement, says the following. I thereafter went to the GOC. I saw Bishop Seoka and other church leaders who came to the GOC requesting that management should go and address the crowd at the copy. Mokwena, I suppose it's Mr. Mokwena, dealt with this issue. I heard him telling the Bishop Seoka that, one, it was unsafe to go and address the crowd in the light of the killings that had occurred. Two, the conduct of the crowd was unlawful and illegal and should not be legitimized. Three, the area had been declared as a police area and that no one was allowed to go to the copy. Now, is there anything else which you would like to add to what Mr. Kwadi says was said by Mr. Mokwena?
Chair, I don't know what the purpose of this questioning is. I put this statement in so many words to the bishop this morning, and he dealt with it. So my learned friend is re-putting that, and I'm really not sure where this leads to.
He said, is there anything else you want to add? Which I take it means any qualification or extra information that you haven't given us before, which is relevant to the context of that statement. Yeah. I'll just allow the objection, and the council may proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. Anything that you would like to add to what you said was said to you in that context?
No, I can only say that the statement is a pure lie. The only thing that makes sense in that statement is the last statement that the place was cordoned off by the police.
Uthi ke uBishop xa kuthethwa ezinto zilingqina kuthiwa ngukwadi Fanyana kuthiwa uzithethile kwistatement sakhe, uthi Bishop sonke so statement ubuvuvu ubuxoki yonke lonto kodwa into engqinelana nayo yile kuthiwa lo ndawo kwakuse kubhengeziwe ngamapolisa kuba leyo ngingqi okanye lo ndawo ngoku iphantsi kolawulo lamapolisa.
Now, more tellingly, is a document that has been discovered by AMCO. It's item 27 of AMCO's index, as amended, I'm told by my juniors. It's a recording of the South African FM called SAFM Forum at 8 with Kolani Gwala. And it is relevant to the extent that your evidence, which was contested by my learned friend from Lord Mill, was that there was an unpreparedness on the part of Lawn Mill to further engage the workers for reasons that they stated. Now, on page 8 of that statement, and I'm told it's been discovered, Mr. Gwala says the following. He is also, and he refers to Mr. Matunjwa, but what is important will be Mr. Mokwena's response about engagement. And this was on the 15th.
I'm sorry, Mr. Nsibeza, just to get clarity. I take it, I think you said this is a transcript of the forum at 8 on SAFM at some stage after the 16th of August.
No, it was on the 15th of August.
Oh, thank you, on the 15th of August. And who were the participants? Mr. Molani Gwala is the presenter of the program.
He was with,
so who were his guests on the program?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. These guests were Mr. Senzeni Zokwana, who is the president of NUM, Mr. Joseph Matunjwa, not Mtunjwa, as we have been calling him, AMCO president, and Mr. Bernard Mokwena, Lawn Mill man representative.
To put extracts from that transcript to the bishop for his comments.
Indeed.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much.
Chairperson, if I may, in case there's more than one question from this, maybe request the evidence leaders, should it be at hand to supply a copy to the bishop of this? Well, that's what Ms. Pillay has been doing throughout, but apparently things have changed here.
Normally the cross-examiner, as Mr. Berger did, has copies ready to hand to the witness. But anyway, this didn't happen this occasion. Ms. Pillay is not here today, so if there aren't copies, they can't be provided. But it obviously would be fair if the bishop could be given a copy, but if it can't be done, let's not waste time, let's carry on. And if the bishop needs a passage to be repeated, he'll ask.
Mr. Chairman, may I just raise the question of the marking of exhibits? I do not know that the statement of Mr. Fanyana Peter that Mr. Nsibeza referred to is already an exhibit, or is it?
No, it isn't. I understood they were going to give us a reference tomorrow morning, and we can then mark it. Okay. And presumably the same will apply to this transcript from SAFM.
Yes. And may I ask colleagues that if colleagues know beforehand that they will be referring to documents, they should alert us to that. With all the attributes of Houdini, even Houdini may fail sometimes.
Let's, first thing tomorrow morning, let's do the housekeeping and get this part of the matter in order. But let's not delay now. Let Mr. Sebenza proceed with the cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I must confess to have been spoiled by a more competent Houdini in the form of Ms. Play. But that being so, on page 8 of this document, Mr. Gwala seems to be putting it to Mr. Mokwena that 2 weeks before that date, they had heard rumors that there would be a march. And this is how he responds. No. He's twisting the truth at the expense of 10 lives. Sabotage a reference to the people who had died up to that point. There are no engagements. We have not engaged these groups of people. And it is still our position. We will not engage people who engage in criminal activity outside the union structures.
Uyavumelana ke nale mibhalo eshicilelweyo yase SAFM yaphuma ngentsimbi yesibhozo isenziwa nguXolani Gwala apho kwakukho umnumzana uJoseph Mathunjwa we-AMCO no-president wenum Senzeni Zokwana no-Mr. Mokolo wamele i-Lonmin. Kulapho ke xa ebuzwa waphendula wathi yena umnumzana uMokoena into yoba soze bakwazi uya kwabantu benza ulwaphulo mthetho. UBishop nawe uyavumelana naloo ntetho leyo.
Now, as I said, this was on the 15th, the day before all of this. Already at that stage, according to this, Mr. Mokoena had taken a legalistic view, and that view was that we will not engage with people who engage in criminal activities. He also refers to 10 bodies. On page 23, he again says the following: I must express my horror at the amount of allegations when we have 10 people dead. Xolani, and it's very sad. We are not giving South Africans hope. We are fueling more tensions and more violence as we sit here and throw allegations at one another. Now, was it also your impression that Mr. Mokoena seems to have had a view that because there had been people who had died to that point, 10 of them, there was no need anymore to engage what he considered were people who were engaged in criminal activity?
That is correct. That's why I said there was a lot of anger as they spoke to us.
Uthi ke uBishop nyani ke leyo into yoba nyani ngokuba babe nomsindo omkhulu njengoba watsho naye kunomathotholo umnumzana uMokoena evakalisa umsindo wakhe into yokuba akukho mfuneko yokubana bathethisane okanye baye bokuthetha nabantu abebekade besophula umthetho. Betsho njalo ebhekisa kubantu abalishumi abasele beswelekile ebeseveza nombono wakhe ngokwasemthethweni.
And objectively, by now, you will know, not only were Lonmin security people being killed in skirmishes that had taken place a few days before this program, 2 police officers had also been killed, and Mr. Semenya referred you to those. That now you know as you sit there.
That much I know, yes, thank you.
Uthi uyazi njengoba bexelelwe nayo uBishop kumnumzana uyiGqwetha uSemenya into yokuba bekusekhona amapolisa aswelekileyo ngaphandle konogada base-Lonmin.
And in an endeavor to put to you what he referred to as the belligerence of the workers at the railway line, Mr. Semenya indicated to you that very soon after that clip where they were being told by General Mpembe that they should give up their arms, 2 police officers were brutally killed. Did you remember that?
I remember that, yes, thank you.
Uthi uyakhumbula naphayana ke ngesiporweni emveni uba amapolisa bethetha kunye nabaqhankqalazi uye waxelelwa nguGqwetha umnumzana uSemenya into yokuba emva kweso sihlakalo eso kuye kwasweleka amapolisa amabini, into leyo noBishop ayikhumbulayo.
What the clip, however, shows is that after there was clearly no agreement to hand over the weapons on the basis that has been indicated, that they should be escorted to the mountain and all of that. The clip shows police officers appearing to be aiming rifles at the workers as they are going. Did you see that?
I did, sir. Thank you.
Uthi ubonile ke naye uBishop kule video bidlaliwe ngela emva kokuba abasebenzi mgodini becelile into babakhatshwe ukuya emgodini okuyikop uthi ubonile ngexesha amapolisa ke khombe abaqhankqalazi ngemikhonekati okanye ngegani.
And one gets the impression, and I'm sure I can tell you, all of us got the impression, that we are going to get visuals on a second-by-second basis that show us what happened from that point on.
I'm looking forward to that also.
Uthi naye angavuya ukubona uBishop zikhona ke lo miboniso kanye ezinto ezibonisayo into yokuba kuye kwenzeka ntoni emva kwala nhlakalo yenzekileyo ngokulandelelana kwayo.
I'm afraid so far we have not had any footage that shows on a second-by-second basis what happens as the marchers or the workers are being escorted. And you didn't see that in the clip that was shown to you.
That's true.
Uthi ke into akhathazeka ngayo igqwetha umnumzana Wentsebeza into yenzekileyo emva kwala clip ngoba ikhange ibekho ivideo yakhona idlala.
So what was put to you did not tell you, nor did it in fact relate to any footage that you have seen to show how the conflict had come about, given that there seems to have been an agreement whether on General Mbembe's version or on what we see, that they would be escorted to the mountain. We don't know how those two police officers were brutally murdered.
That's true.
Uchoke nayo Bishop Ndobakazi lamapolisa amabini aye asweleka njani ngoba kho video edlaliweyo ebonisa ingxabangxaba yabakho ngaphakathi kwawo kunye namaqhankqalazi.
Because that video footage simply cuts off.
Yes.
Uthi kukho apho iphela khona ivela icimba iziphelele la video.
And in the context of it being put to you, the two police officers were brutally killed, it was not put to you, just for your information, that out of that skirmish, and it seemed now to be uncontested, 3 workers got killed out of that skirmish. One of them is actually reflected in slide number 55, I think. 56. Of exhibit.
Njembe sitsho utata uNtsebenzo banjengoba bexelelwe into okubana bese kusweleke amapolisa amabini ngendlela emasikizi khange axelelwe uBishop into ba kwaye kwasweleka nabantu abathathu omnye wabo uyaveza kumfanekiso obhalwe 55 ngaphezulu.
All 3 of them are depicted in slide 56 of exhibit L. Do you see that?
Yes.
Bobathathu ke bayavela kwi number 57 kumfanekiso number 57 apho ke kule ncwadi nemifanekiso.
So it's not as though, however it arose, and this is a point that I seek to make, people died as a consequence of that skirmish.
Yes.
Do you appreciate that?
Uyatsho ke no Bishop yavuma into ba ngenxa yelanto yenzeka phayana abantu baye basweleka.
And on the police version, just on their version, the death was occasioned because the workers, and I am putting their version as they put it in slide 47, the workers decided to go to where they live in the informal settlements. And the police took it upon themselves to use tear gas, stun grenades, which produced 2 large explosive sounds on their vision. This being an effort to disperse the protesters, not to escort them wherever. And on their version, to discourage them from their intended path. Now, I'm asking you as...
Chair was going to note an objection. Our version is not that they were going to where they live. It was to protect the informal settlement from possible risk.
No, there are 2 points. The first is, your version is not that they were going to where they lived. Your version, according to 47, is they changed direction towards the village. Whether they lived there or not isn't clear from 47.
That's what Mr. Ntsebeza is saying.
What you also say in 46 is you wanted to prevent them from entering the informal settlement to prevent possible incidents of looting and or safeguard innocent lives. So that's necessary, we've now been cleared up. But in the light, I think Mr. Ntsebeza did put it slightly, he went beyond what your case was because he said they were going to where they live. That's not part of what appears in 47. But now that point's been taken, has been removed. Perhaps Mr. Ntsebeza can carry on?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am simply putting to you, Ms. Bishop, that it would appear on the police version the skirmish occurred because the workers decided, or some of them decided to change direction towards the village. Did you get that?
I got that, yes.
Utuvile ke nayo Bishop njemba bechazile no commissioner kuba landa ube kuthiwa abantu bebehamba besiya pho beyohlala khona ematyotyombeni khange ikhankanywe okanye ichazwe ngumnumzana uSimenya kodwa uBishop uvile into kuba into ingxabangxaba iqale xa abantu bethatha isigqibo sabanye kuba mabatshintshe
Mr. Ntsebeza, that isn't even necessarily right. I mean, if you look at 49, slide 49, the workers were, I take it in the vicinity of that brown triangle above the words mine headquarters. And if they were going from there to the koppies, which we see, in other words, they were going in a northeasterly direction towards the koppies, because they were going to the koppie, right? Now, if they were going in more or less in a straight line, they might well have gone through the informal village. So they weren't necessarily even changing direction. They may have been going from the shortest route from where they started to the koppies. So those are the 2 aspects that the witness has to consider, aren't they?
Yes. Of course, thank you very much, Chairman. And of course, Bishop, you've heard that, but so far, and in view of what was being put to you as suggestive of a belligerent group of people who were disobeying a command to hand up their weapons, we have not been told, either on the basis of this version or unhappily because we don't have footage that shows what happened. We don't seem to be able to get to know whether there was an engagement by the police to say, hey, why are you now changing direction?
Yeah.
Is that right?
That's right. And also to say that it puzzles one that they had asked to be escorted. And subsequently, there's this skirmish. And one does not know when it actually happened and how it happened.
uthi uBishop naye into emangalisayo leyo into yokuba kuthiwa aba bantu bebeziphathe ngale ndlela basiphethe ngayo bengathobeli nomthetho wamapolisa okanye into abayithethileyo nokuthi akukho nto akho apho kuboniswa ividiyo ethi mhlawumbi amapolisa abuza aba bantu into yokubana kuthini ngoku nithatha enye indlela ile nto kuBishop uthi nayo inaye iyamangalisa leyo.
So the only and simple proposition that I want to put to you is that we do not seem to have sufficient basis on the sufficient grounds on the evidence that you were referred to as you were being cross-examined by SAPS to conclude that, one, that skirmish was a consequence of a belligerent disposition on the part of the workers, even on whether, in fact, they had changed direction. What we know is that the police started to use tear gas, stun grenades, to disperse protesters and to discourage them from their intended path. Would you have a comment on that?
That's what we know from the records that are provided to us by the police.
And these are people who had volunteered to be escorted.
Yes.
Uyatsho ke naye uBishop ndoba njengoba bevumelana no Tata Ntsebenza igqwetha into kuba akukho bungqina obubonisayo ubuvakalayo bukhutshwa apha enkundleni apha singatsho khona into kubana ukungathobeli kwabantu umyolelo okanye umthetho wamapolisa kuko kukhokelele kulaa ntlekele yenzekileyo noBishop uvumelana kunye naye.
In fact, from the slides, it is clear that the police were standing in a position of readiness to fire. And when you look at the spokesperson of the workers, he had his hands up, which is a sign of surrender.
Uthi ke into bekuthethwe ngayo egqibezeleni kwindawo bekhankanyile uTata Ntsebenza igqwetha into kuba into evelileyo pha into kubana into eyenzekileyo into kubana kuye kwasetyenziswa i-tear gas kunye neziqhushumbiza zibiza i-stun grenades. Into aphinda iveza kakhona uBishop into kubana isithethi besimele abasebenzi abaqhankqalazayo ubebonisa nangendlela abeziphethe ngayo ngoba uye waphakamisa izandla zakhe.
Now, in these days of cell phone footages and everything else that records what happens, and given the fact that we now know that this belligerent group of workers on the railway line were recorded throughout what they said, what they did. My land friend even referred to them saber rattling, iron upon iron, singing. One day in unpleasant, and in private company, I'll even tell you what the lyrics are saying. Now, I'll ask a question that I asked from Colonel Bota in similar circumstances. Don't you find it remarkable that we don't have police or lawn mill footage from the time that these people appear to be escorted that reflects on a point-by-point basis how the conflict arose that took away 5 lives?
That is what one would have expected if the belief was that the situation was volatile and that was a potential violence. And the fact that it is not there, it's puzzling and very surprising, actually.
Uyamangala naye uBishop xana ke ngoku kungekho footage okanye video ebonisayo ngokulandelana kwezehlakalo ukuba ngabantu ngexesha bekuthiwa abantu bayalandelwa yintoni yenzekileyo uyamangala naye.
In fact, Bishop, there is, I don't know whether it has been given an exhibit number, but it is the letter of the 20th of July 2012, about 3 weeks before this event. Ms. Pillay may have been talking, it's Exhibit S, I think. You may not have it before you. This is what it says as a directive from the National Commissioner, sent to all provincial commissioners, all divisional commissioners.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. This is Exhibit S.
Exhibit
Letter
S.
from the National Commissioner, Provincial Commissioner, the 20th of July, 2012. Exhibit S.
That's the one, Chairman. All Deputy National Commissioners, Chief of Staff, Secretary of Police. You don't have it before you, but I can tell you the Commission has it in front of them. 3.3 says the following, which is why I was asking for your comment on the absence of critical video footage. POP stands for Public Order, Police. Operational commanders must ensure that video footage is taken of the crowd throughout the phases and including during the use of minimum force. A record keeper must also record everything on the operational diary. The member who gives the command for action must not take part in the action. Now let's assume that this is all we have. What we saw is all we have and will not have, not include the critical aspect. I will ask the question that I put to you. Wouldn't that be remarkable in the light of an injunction that please make sure it's given only 2 to 3 weeks before that?
It is indeed remarkable that that happened.
Uyamangala naye uBishop akwenzeka into enjalo emveni toba uCommissioner jikelele sebhengezile waxelela abasebenza ngaphansi kwakhe into kubana makuwenzwe ivideo nemifanekiso kubhalwe ngaso zonke into zehlakalo ezakwenzeka phaya eLonmin na kufikelela ngexesha amapolisa azobesebenzisa igunya namandla wawo ukuzama ulawula imeko. Uphendula ngokuthi uBishop nawe uyamangala into bana ivideo le ndawo bakade beyikhankanya kwaje beqhaba uthetha ngayo ingekho.
Bishop, I share your passion as a mediator, alternative dispute resolution mechanism, convert, and a negotiator. It's my latest passion.
Uthi naye izinto ezi achiseka ngazo ugqwetha umnumzana uNtsebenza ezizokuba ngumxolelelanisi okanye ube ngumuntu apho ozosombula ingxaki njengomuntu okwazi ukuthethisana eguqukile naye esebenza igama lesilungu elithi convert.
On the clip that you were shown, that clip records an incident on the 13th of August. General Mbembe apparently has a mandate to disarm and disperse that group of people, because that's what it says. There reaches a point in that footage where one of the workers, unarmed, you can say something about Mambush or the man, Mcineni Noki, having gone there still with his weapons. The last person who goes to General Mbembe is unarmed, is young, from what I can see. Ntana lo. And he goes there and he says, Tata, Tata, we have not destroyed anybody's thing. We have not taken anybody. We have not, you know. All we want you to do is to escort us. And when we get up there, we will then hand your weapons over to you. We will never know whether that would have happened. But what we see, and you will correct me if I'm wrong, is a very impatient General Mbembe, who then says, Baba, anginankinga nawe. Inkinga umikhonto. I don't have a problem with you. My problem are your assets. Now, as a negotiator and as a conflict resolution person, how would you view that as a tactic?
I object to that question, Chair. This witness has disavowed any reliance on being a negotiator. In fact, I was taken to task this morning in an unguarded moment of referring to negotiation between him and the group of 8.
He has not, Mr. Chairman, he had not disavowed himself of being a negotiator. What he did was to say he was not negotiating in the circumstances of that case in the 16th. If anything, he has in fact extolled himself as a person who has been involved and trained in conflict management and negotiation.
It's not necessarily here further, Mr. Spencer. Mr. Berger, if you look at paragraph 2 and 3 of Exhibit M, you will see that the Bishop says that he was frequently called on to avert or de-escalate violent confrontations. And he goes on to say, I have specialized knowledge of and experience in conflict management in the mining industry. And I understood him to qualify himself as an expert in this area. So, in my opinion, the questions he's being asked, which admittedly would be, the answers would be of an opinion nature. He is qualified in terms of what he said to express an opinion. So the objections disallowed, you may proceed, Mr. Spencer. But I don't know how much longer you're going to be with this point. So if you could perhaps round it off at the time when we normally adjourn, it might be helpful.
Not very long, Mr. Chairman. You know I keep my promises. Now, in fact, as it is, just for the record, the witness has said in paragraph 3 of his statement, he has specialized knowledge of and experience in conflict management in the mining industry. Now, I was asking you for your views on given the volatile nature of that situation as we see it on the video. What do you think of General Mbembe's reaction to what seems to be a proposition in a tense situation?
I think it was a desperate, unprofessional way of handling a situation that could explode at any time, as he assumed. If I were him, I would have handled it differently.
Yes. I will not go into how you would have dealt with this.
Uyatsho ke indlela uGeneral uMbembe aye wayiphatha ngayo okanye wayisebenza ngayo ngale ngxaki ibe yindlela ebonisa ingumntu obe ngaphansi kocinzelelo ngendlela engamandla ingabonisi indlela yomntu oqeqeshekileyo nangona bethe akafuna ukuva igqwetha ukuba bezawuthini ngoba ubishop uthi yena babenguye bezawukuyisombulula kanye usebenze ngayo ngendlela yahlukileyo.
If I heard him correctly or clearly, he began to count even as Xolani or the worker was beginning to talk to him. He says, I'm now counting. Like, listen, you hand over, it's my way or the highway. Did you observe that? When he said, I am counting.
That's an indication of being impatient and threatening, really. If I count to this number and you have not done what I've asked of you, I'll do something. That's my assumption.
Mr. Chairman, if you could give me 5 more minutes, just 5.
I'll give you 6.
I might even be sure that
Uthi ke uBishop umbonile ke ngeli xesha utata wepolisa besathetha nalomfo waqala ukuthi ipolisa nzawuqalisa ke ngoku ukubala ke ngoku imbono anawo kanye indlela aphendula ngayo Bishop into ba uyawubonisa lo muntu okungabi nanyameko kanye inzondelelo nokuthi uye waqalisa ukugrogrisa ngoba ingathi bengumuntu obonakala ethi ngamanye amazwi ukuba ungenze lonto ixela yona zakwenza into ngalonto leyo.
Now, when times were put to you as to when you came there and what you were doing with whom were, I think part of the endeavor was to, in fact, I think it was put to you by subs, that at the time that you sought an intervention, it was time already for phase 3 to kick in because the police had done all the negotiation that could have been done. They had asked for the workers to disarm themselves, but the time had now come because those attempts had failed for another phase to kick in, the last phase.
I think that could be true because the attitude of the commissioner, just walking away in pretense to go and get food and never come back, would indicate that she really had no time to talk to us.
But is it fair to say that even if that may well have been so, your coming to Lonmin or Marikana on that day was by way of saying, can we try another method? I am coming here as a man of God, as a person experienced in conflict management. I think there is a possible way in which you can deal with this.
Uyatsho ke ugqwetha utata uNtsebenza into kubana ke bengaqimba benginokwenzeka into ngalanto beyithethwa ngoBishop isimo besingatshintsha ukuba uBishop enothi njengoba besitsho kuba ndinenye indlela singawusombulula ngawo lomba ibingumbuzo obusiweyo lo.
That's exactly our attitude and why we're there. But we also say that we had experience in the mining environment. We have worked there. We have trained clergy in that context, and we have some understanding and experience of the behavior of miners.
Indeed, as you yourself say, or as it is universally accepted, you became the broker of the peace deal in Marikana after all these tragedies, is it not?
I believe that if the church had not moved in, there would have been worse situation than what we experienced.
Uthi ke
fact-
yena uBishop ukuba icawa bingazange ingenelele kuyakwenzeke into embi kakhulu ukugqitha le seyenzekile.
If I'm correct, even after the events of the 16th, the workers continued to assemble there, continued to carry their traditional weapons, and the situation became volatile. And if I understood you well, it was precisely for that reason that when you intervened, you
Correct.
said one of the bases on which any agreement will be reached is when you decide to disarm yourselves. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Utsho ke uBishop uye wadibana nabo nasemva kokuba isehlakalo sangemhla we-16 senzekile bebekade bedibana khona ke abaqhankqalazi besama khona kunye nezixhobo zabo.
That is why, in fact, you say you do not think that those who are seeking a solution should have been driven by time, but by reason. Is that what you sought to convey?
That's exactly what I was trying to convey to those people there.
Uthi le nto ke bezama ukuyitsho ke uBishop ngeli xesha besithi abantu afuneka ngabaqhutywe lixesha kodwa baqhutywe sisizathu okanye ukwazi ukuzathusa.
And
That's the
finally,
nature of negotiations. That's the nature of managing conflict situation. You appeal for space rather than time.
Uthi ke into eyenzekayo xa uzama ulawula isimo esiphumeyileyo kulawulo ngoba into oyifunayo ayilixesha kodwa ufuna nje uphiwe ithuba kanye lonyoba le uyinikwayo.
and finally, you'll correct me if I'm wrong. In paragraph 31 of your statement, I know that you still regret that there was that kind of operation because it resulted in what you say, injuries and what have you. But talking about alternatives to disarming protesters, it doesn't appear that there was no alternative to do so in the manner in which it was done on this date in September. Would you agree?
I'll agree.
Uyavumela bakho akuveli ukubonakala indlela ebingasetyenziswa ekuthatheni ngaphandle kokuthatha izixhobo msori kuloo ndawo ayikho enye into ebinosetyenziswa okanye enye indlela ebinolandela ukusebenzisa ngaphandle kokuthathwa izixhobo ukuthathweni kwezixhobo ebantwini.
In fact, after that raid, every television program carried large amounts of spears, pangas, and assegais which had been taken from the workers.
That's correct.
Kuzo zonke ke inkqubo kanye ii-channels zomabonakude ziye zabonisa uninzi lwephanga kunye nemikhonto namakrele aye athathwa kubasebenzi mgodini.
Say you could have 6 minutes, which you had, and you did say finally. I take it this is the last question, which is preceded by the words finally in conclusion.
It's the last question. I won't finish him off, but I will finish. Bishop, I've lost my track. Yeah.
Your cross-examination.
The bishop will be away.
Now that's the next question I want to raise with Mr. Mpofu, whose witness he is. We're not finished. We are going to have to adjourn now. We're not finished. Is the bishop available? I suppose I should ask the bishop. Are you available tomorrow, Bishop?
can be available in the afternoon, but I'm sure to be available on Monday.
The difficulty, we normally end reasonably early in the afternoon because people have to catch
Friday.
airplanes and things.
Chair, if I may, I know we're supposed to adjourn now. Assuming that there's not much longer cross-examination, can we just finish
Mr.
after
Bezos-
these breaks?
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Bezos has still got to cross-examine.
Okay.
Mr. Gumbi's got to cross-examine. Yes.
Although we don't, we want to clarify some of the things that the bishop has said, we'll wait for more involved witnesses in the affair to put our questions. We will not cross-examine the witness.
Yes, we've also got the evidence leaders as well, I think. I wonder whether the best thing to do is not simply to adjourn now. I won't excuse the bishop. We won't expect him back tomorrow. And by negotiation with the evidence leaders, arrangements can be made for him to return on a date that suits everybody. I think that's the sensible way to do it. Okay. So thank you, Bishop, for your attendance today. I'm sorry we weren't able to use an unfortunate expression, finish you off. but you'll come back on a date in future, which will be arranged with the evidence leaders and the representatives of the parties.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
On that basis, the Commission will adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Siyaqhubekeka ngomsuku icala emva kwentsimbi yethoba.